You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids.
We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
The history, the tradition, the fun of Kernels baseball.
It's time for exciting live coverage of Kernels baseball, right here on the Kernels Radio Network. Now, the voice of the Kernels. In his 11th season, here's John Rogers.
It's a magnificent late Wednesday morning as the Kernels try to bounce back from a remarkable game. A tough loss to be sure, but a remarkable ball game last night. Saw the swing of the Quad Cities get a two-run homer with Richard Giannotti, former Colonel, on base in the bottom of the 12th inning, and the swing won it 2-0. It was a game remarkable in many ways. First of all, Moose Mosbach, Colonel's starter, pitched 8 shutout innings of 3-hit ball, and then the Colonels, a 2-out single by Heinle Stacey in the bottom of the third, then proceeded to go down 27 batters in a row. In essence, a 9-inning perfect game spun by 3 different swing pitchers. So you never know what you're going to see when you come to the ballpark, and one of our biggest surprises last night was meeting an old friend, one of the most respected and popular Colonel players from a year ago, switch-hitting Colonel center fielder Richard Giannotti. And the G-Man is with us this morning from Davenport. And, Richard, it's great to see you. I know this game of baseball has a lot of unexpected twists and turns, the business side of it, the numbers game, and you're back in the Midwest League. And nobody expects to come to spring training and be, quote, released. But over a quarter of the big leaguers who are playing every day in the big leagues have had that happen to them, and you seem to have taken it very, very graciously and very well.
Well, yeah, it's part of the game. It's something that you can't get caught up in, and still being a young guy, I'm only 22. I had the opportunity, and I'm just still trying to take advantage of an opportunity that the St. Louis Cardinals have given me.
And that's the key, Richard. I know you, based on seeing you last year. You come to the ballpark ready to play every day. You endeared yourself to Colonel fans because of your all-out play, your hustle, your willingness to do everything right for the team. And when you went to spring training, I bet you were in great shape.
Yeah, I was in good shape, and everything was going well. But, as you know, like, this is part of the game, stuff like that happens. And, I don't have any negative feelings towards the Angels. It's part of the business. But at the same time, I still have a lot in me, and I feel like I'm going to have a long career, and I just keep working hard at it, and it'll pay off.
I know it will, Richard. You left spring training, and then with the Cardinals not having their spring training in Arizona, I'm assuming their baseball people didn't have a chance to see you play in the Cactus League. What did you do once you got back to Miami, let's say in the month of March or April, did your agent go to work for you, or how did you let the other 30 teams know that, hey, there's a pretty good ball player out there for you?
Yeah, well, first person I called was my agent, and we tried to hop on the phone and try to make stuff work, but it was at a tough time, all the teams are releasing guys, not picking up any guys, so there was a dead period there for a while. I actually I was at a high school baseball game watching a friend of mine play, and I ran into some scouts that remember me from high school and college, and found out that I got released. They didn't know that I got released, and then we started working some things out, and I got a workout up in Jupiter with the Cardinals, which is about an hour from where I live, and it's kind of where we're at now.
Richard, that's a great story because young people, no matter what field they're in, whether it's college or just out of college or interning or apprenticing, you never want to burn bridges, and you always want to get out there and get your name out. It's the same in baseball.
It's life in general, I think. You never want to burn a bridge, and you always want to keep everybody close because you never know who you're going to run into down the road. You never know. I might be back with these guys in a couple of years. You never know. So, that's all the business part of it. I try not to pay attention to that. I'm a baseball player. I love playing the game, and I have that opportunity again, and I'm happy to be here.
Bobby Magallanes always tells our guys, and I'm sure you remember it from last year, guys, when you're out on the field in uniform, somebody's probably watching. You could be auditioning for 30 other teams, so you better, quote, go about your business the right way. That's one thing the Cardinal and Angel organizations share, Richard, is making sure you're ready every time, every day, because you don't know who's watching.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, there's more scouting probably going on in the minor leagues and in the big leagues than there is in the draft that they just had. I mean, they have a lot of money invested in the draft, but you never know who's going to be in a trade. You never know who's going to get released. So, I mean, mean, teams study teams. Like, it's a big business, you know what I mean? And, you know, with competition, everybody wants to win, so they're going to do whatever it takes to get the edge.
Richard Giannotti is our guest this morning from Davenport. A beautiful Wednesday as the Kernels try to rebound and break a 4-game losing streak. A whale of a game last night. We'll get to that with Richard in a moment. But, Richard, let's talk about one more thing before our break, and that is your tryout in Jupiter, Florida. Were you out there with a bunch of other guys that the Cardinals were looking at? Did they single you out and have you do certain things? Were you nervous? What's a tryout like once you've established yourself in your young pro career as you have?
It was a little different. It felt like going back to high school and you're like at a showcase or something like that, but, I wasn't nervous at all because I'm a real confident player. I'm not arrogant, but I know I could play the game of baseball, and I know I could play it well. So, I mean, it was just a matter of going out and doing my thing, and I had a lot of people that already, believed in me there at the Cardinals and stuff. So, it was just a normal workout. I was the only one there. I was with the extended spring training team taking BP and throwing and stuff like that. So it was kind of exclusive for me, but it ended up working out great in the end.
Richard, about how long was the workout? 2 hours?
Yeah, about 2-hour workout,
Did they sign you up on the spot?
Yeah, they called me later that night and asked me if I wanted to be a Cardinal. I said, without question,
Well, Richard, the reason I'm smiling is I'm an Angel and a Cardinal fan. I grew up in Alton, Illinois, near St. Louis, and grew up a Cardinal fan. And what's a Cardinal fan? Always a Cardinal fan. Believe me, our blood is red for a reason.
That's one thing that I've known growing up, and one thing that I've definitely realized now that I'm in the organization is that the St. Louis Cardinals fan base is as strong and centrally located as anything in this country.
Well, that means a lot to me as both a Cardinal and an Angel fan. We're going to take a break on this lovely Wednesday morning. Richard Giannotti, who drew a leadoff walk in the 12th inning last night, helped his swing win it in the bottom of the 12th on a Casey Roulette 2-run homer, is with us. And we'll wrap things up with the former Colonel outfielder next here from Davenport on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show.
For your communication needs, internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communications.
Tuna Communications Triple Play, voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
Richard Giannotti is with us this morning. The Colonel's getting set for a noon start. Glad you're with us here on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show in the Zone. You can probably hear the grass being mowed by hand in the background. What a setting it is here on the Mississippi River. And Richard Giannotti, I know that it's also a little bit awkward to walk into a clubhouse sometimes where maybe 2/3 of the guys are strangers. How do you get to know the guys at first? Is it just give and take? Is it introducing yourself? Is it having a guy that you know introduce you, or how does it work?
It was strange here. I didn't know anybody when I came in here, and I walked through the wrong door. I went through the visiting clubhouse side door because that's what I had done all last year. So somebody had to point me in the right direction. But baseball players are all the same. We're all here to have a good time. We're all here to take care of business and have fun. We get to play baseball and get paid for it. So I mean, nobody's really like
stuck up in a clique.
Yeah, no, it's everybody's pretty welcoming, and and I'm a pretty open guy, and I'm a big jokester and a prankster. You can ask those guys over there, especially Jordan.
Okay, we'll do that.
And I just have fun with it, and everybody seems to be real nice around here.
What about the housing philosophy here in the Quad Cities, Richard? I know one thing a lot of former Colonels remember with fond, lifetime relationships with host families. What are the Swing going to do to accommodate you housing-wise?
I don't think they have the host family program. We got to find an apartment and somewhere. They put me in a hotel for a couple days, let me figure out where I'm going to stay. There's actually a guy that has an open room in an apartment, so I'm going to jump in with him. But It's pretty good. It's one, like you said, you don't forget the host family program. I still talk to the host family that I had here in Cedar Rapids, and I told them once that I was coming here, that I'd be here tonight and stuff, and they came to the game last night, and, you know, it was good. I didn't get a chance to see them because all the fireworks after the game, but, you know, it was good that we still keep in touch and everything.
Richard, who are they?
Paul Richards, and I also hung out, spent a lot of time with Lisa and Mark Hansen.
Oh, great people, and I'm glad you've renewed, or you will during this series and when you come to our ballpark. Finally, Richard, you said you were a jokester and a prankster. I have to share a story with you. It's a true story. This is 7 or 8 years ago. I've been with the Kernels 11 years, and this was in the same site, but it wasn't the remodeled John O'Donnell that you've will have the joy of playing in. But in right field, we had 2 or 3 of our Kernel outfielders during batting practice, unbeknownst to our manager, Tyrone Boykin. We're having a contest to see if they could throw a baseball over the first arch of the Centennial Bridge and make it over that arch into the Mississippi River. First of all, is that a very smart thing to do? And secondly, what do you think their chances are? Is that, you've been out there. You were there last night. Can it be done?
It's impossible.
They were trying it, Richard.
We tried it last year. I don't know.
You did last year, too.
Jordan did, but I think it's impossible.
Not even Madrigal.
He might have a chance.
Richard, if you need anything in the next few months, you know you can call upon the Kernels, but continued success. We are just overjoyed to see you back in uniform, making great strides in your profession. The community of Cedar Rapids values what you did on and off the field greatly, and congratulations on signing as a Cardinal, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's the G-Man, one of the best we had last year, and we're glad he's with the Swing as we oppose them at noon today. Richard Giannotti, our dugout interview guest here on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. I'll set the starting lineups for this noon start on a glorious Wednesday noon after this. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative. We're here for your communication needs, internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make us a team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communications.
Communications Triple Play, voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
High noon greetings from the banks of the Mississippi, where we're enjoying great weather, big cotton ball-like white billowing clouds above in a blue sky, and a gusty wind whipping out from home plate towards left center field. Perhaps the Kernels can rebound from being shut out for the third time in 9 games against Quad City last night. A 2-0 victory for the Swing that came in 12 innings. We're set to give you the starting lineups that are being presented down below to the umpires by Kernel manager Bobby Magianis and the Swing manager Keith Mitchell. The Swing is hot. They've won 7 of their last 8. They've pulled to within 2 games of the 500 mark. They're in 5th place in the 8-team Western Division first half standings with a record of 27-29. The Kernels, meanwhile, have dropped 4 straight and have sunk to 7 games below 500 in 6th place in the 8-team Western Division first half standings, a record of 26-33 for our ball club. Leading off for the Swing is Daniel Nelson. He's second to Brad Kuhn in stolen bases. With 17, Daniel will be at third base this afternoon. Batting second, last night's hero in the 12th inning, Casey Roulette, slugging his first home run of the year and his first at-bat of the evening. Roulette bats second in right field. Hitting third is Colby Rasmus, first-round pick of the Cardinals last year. Rasmus is in center field. The Swing cleanup batter is a Midwest League All-Star starter. That's Randy Roth at first base. Roth is second in the Midwest League with 68 hits. Hitting fifth and catching, 19-year-old Cardinal phenom Bryan Anderson. Anderson is third in the league in hitting with a .329 average. The middle of the swing order, Rasmus, Roth, and Anderson, all starters here in Davenport on June 21st for the Western Division in the All-Star game. Hitting sixth is Jose Martinez. He'll catch. Chad Gabriel getting his first action of the series will be in left field and bat seventh. Hitting eighth and serving as the DH for the swing is Adam Rogers. And batting ninth for Quad Cities is Luis Cotto, the shortstop. The swing is hitting .272 here at home, .261 overall, second highest batting average in the league, but our pitching staff has really kept the swing in check in 9 games. They're only batting .240 against us. On the hill for Quad Cities is Kyle Sadlowski. It's his third start against us. He was a 7-2 loser May 16th in our ballpark and then shut us out 4-0 in a win here May 27th. Sadlowski making his 9th start of the year. He's a right-hander, 21 years old, and a record of 3-1 with a 3.45 ERA. He's finishing up his warm-up tosses down the left field line is Kyle Sadlowski. Now for the Kernels. Allen Motor Company brings us the starting lineup for the Kernels. Allen Motor Company has an offer that is just out of this world. Your first year's maintenance is free. It's on Allen Motor Company when you buy now a 2005 Buick Century, a 2005 Buick LeSabre, or a 2006 Buick Rendezvous. Your first year's maintenance is on Allen's. Allen's is open until 6 o'clock tonight and open late till 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Their fantastic campus, 13 acres, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. Leading off in the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup, switch-hitting all-star shortstop Heinle Stacia. Madison Edwards will bat second. Madison is in left field today. Hitting third for the Colonels and playing third base in the Allen Motor Company order is Dallas Morris. Flint Whipke will catch and play Flint Whipke will play first base and bat cleanup for the Colonels. Hitting fifth in the Allen Motor Company order, he leads the league with 13 home runs, second in the league with 43 RBIs. Colonel All-Star starter Jordan Renz in right field batting fifth. Mark Trumbo will be the DH and hit sixth. Batting seventh in center field is Stantrell Smith. Brett Martinez will catch and hit eighth. And batting ninth for the Colonels at second base, Marco Albano. Pitching for the Colonels, an 18-year-old fifth-round draft pick of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim last year out of Hialeah, Florida, Tommy Mendoza. Tommy's won 3 and lost 5. He's pitched very well, winning his last 2 starts. Tommy Mendoza is facing the swing for the third time this year. He, like Kyle Sadlowski, 1-1. Tommy Mendoza is 1-1 against Quad Cities. Tommy was a 10-5 loser in our ballpark to the swing on May 18th, and his last start here was May 28th, just a week or two ago, and Tommy was a 4-3 winner. The umpires are ready for the swing to take the field. The umpires are brought to us by Anderson and Brown Eye Care. Dr. Tom Anderson, Dr. Todd Brown have a new facility on Boyson Road in Hiawatha. That makes it easy in and easy out at Anderson and Brown Eye Care. They're a comprehensive, full-service eye care center. That means you can have your eyes examined at Anderson and Brown Eye Care and then pick out your glasses and or contact lenses right on site. Things are coming into focus at Anderson and Brown Eye Care, proud to sponsor our umpires. Let's pause here at Davenport's John O'Donnell Stadium to honor America with the singing of the national anthem. That is a young male violinist, and it's ironic as he played the national anthem that our theme story this whole spring, visiting 42 elementary schools on behalf of Toyota Financial Services, the Cedar Rapids Gazette, Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburgers, and the Bloomsbury Farm, the story we read to get the kids interested and to encourage the elementary kids to read was The Bat Boy and His Violin. And the Colonel players did a marvelous job of kind of hamming it up with the fiddle, as I would call it, as the one of the characters in the story. And that was a great job by the young violinist. Todd Brummelkamp is alongside. Todd, I am very, very surprised after last night's capacity crowd of over 5,000. Very sparse gathering on such a nice day. Now, some folks may be arriving late. I see some businessmen sitting down with their lunches in the bleachers, but boy, there's not a very big crowd here today, and I expected a bigger one.
Well, the old businessman special here is just that today. And like you remarked, it's a complete night and day difference, literally and figuratively. We played at night last night in front of, 5,000 people, and here today in front of probably what will turn out to be a crowd of maybe 1,000 to 2,000 if they get a good walk-up.
Well, that's what it'll take. These two teams, Todd, have become very familiar with each other, and the Kernels have won 4 of the 9. Quad Cities took the season series lead with their 12-inning triumph last night, shut us out for the 3rd time. The Swing are hot, like the Bees were when they took 3 of 4 from us. Quad Cities has won 7 of the last 8. Kernels have dropped 4 straight. Brad Kuhn's not in the starting lineup this afternoon, and let's see if we can at least make the Swing work a little bit. That was quite a story last night. 9 perfect innings after Hindley Statia's single in the 3rd inning. The Kernels did not have a runner reach in 9 straight innings. Daniel Nelson is in on the grass at 3rd as Hindley Statia's first up for the Kernels. Great to have you with us. The game's first pitch is a strike called from Kyle Sedlowski. We're underway at 12:02, and this is Colonel Baseball on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids. Stacia, switch hitting shortstop, plugs it foul into the bleacher section that parallels the left field line. What a day for baseball we have. Wednesday midweek baseball. It takes you back to the days before lights when a lot of the big league games were played at 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so guys and women that work the whole day could enjoy a ball game after work. Ball 1 is outside to Hindley. Stacia hitting .283, leads the Kernels with 16 doubles, and he's a switch hitter batting left. Sedlowski's pitch is swung on and missed. Hindley Stacia, who did single with 2 outs in the 3rd inning and was caught trying to steal second last night, starts this afternoon's action by chasing a pitch high, and he strikes out 1 away here in the Colonel 1st inning. Here's Madison Edwards, another left-handed batter for the Kernels. Todd will have some more news for you about the Angel draft. Here's a swing and a tip foul by Madison Edwards into the glove of the Swing catcher, Bryan Anderson. Todd, you noticed on the last 4-game homestand with Burlington that Madison has made a radical change in his launch position with his hands.
Well, the only thing I can relate to on that is maybe Ruben Sierra. It reminds me of a little bit where the bat begins almost pointing at Sedlowski's head.
Here's a high drive, tailing away from Chad Gabriel down the left field line. It drops fair, and Madison Edwards has a base hit. Madison takes a wide turn at first and then belly flops back into the bag, and the Kernels have their first runner since the 3rd inning last night. Madison Edwards dumped one. Ken Harrelson of the White Sox, Todd, would call it a little duck snort down the left field line. Chad Gabriel got close to it, and it landed fair by about 4 inches.
If they still use chalk on the lines here and they use paint in Davenport, it certainly would have kicked up a cloud of dust.
The outfield plays Dallas Morris, the number 3 hitter, straight away. Dallas was 0 for 4 last night, right-handed batter. Kyle Sedlowski, Sadlowski, a tall right-hander, wings the pitch in, and it's skied into right center. Over to get it is Casey Roulette. No, the center fielder, Colby Rasmus, goes a long, long way into right field, and Rasmus, the center fielder, catches it for the 2nd out here in the Colonel 1st inning. Well, if that's any indication, Todd, the wind is blowing Well, is it blowing from the swing third base dugout towards the center field wall?
It's like it's blowing out to right center.
Yeah. And that ball carried quite a bit further than I thought it would. It was caught by Colby Rasmus, 2 gone here in the Colonel first inning. Here's Flint Whipke. Day baseball, and we're glad you're with us. Madison Edwards has to dive back in head first to first. Madison has 4 steals and 8 tries. Flint Whipke was nothing for 4 last night. The Colonels only had 3 hits, and each of them came in the first 3 innings. A throw to first. Madison's a goner. He's picked off. Boy, I shudder to think how many guys we've had picked off this season. Madison Edwards is picked off for the final out here in the Colonel first inning. No runs for the Colonels. 1 hit. There were no swing errors, and the Colonels leave the Colonels leave nobody aboard as Sidlowski picked off Madison Edwards. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Colonels nothing. Swing coming to bat. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Cedar Rapids' oldest wholesale greenhouse is also Cedar Rapids' full-service landscaping and lawn care center. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has been serving eastern Iowans for 50 years at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road, behind Guppy's on the Go. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has a full line of trees and shrubs like magnolias, maples, and lilacs. And for a limited time, buy any potted tree and Cedar Rapids Greenhouses will deliver and plant it free. If you're searching for the right beautification project, let the trained landscape designers at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses help you create a unique plan for your home. From retaining walls to ponds, waterfalls, and fountains, they'll work within your budget and taste, and they do free estimates. Lawn care featuring mowing, fertilization, seeding, sodding, aeration, dethatching, maintenance, and cleanup are all done with care and precision. For the highest quality and low prices, see the difference at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses, Eastern Iowa's full-service landscapers at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance in Cedar Rapids. I'd like to introduce you to an easy-to-understand, affordable life insurance plan with great benefits. It's simplified issue whole life from Pekin Insurance. The plan requires no medical exam, has guaranteed rates for life, and a guaranteed cash value. Life insurance made simple and affordable from Pekin Insurance. To learn more, contact me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
On a bright, sunshiny, 81-degree afternoon, we're delighted you're joining us here in the zone for Colonel Baseball. Madison Edwards dumped a one-out single down the left field line for the Colonels in the first, but was picked off first for the final out of the inning. Daniel Nelson is first up for the swing. He's a switch hitter out of Los Angeles Pierce College, 5'11", and Tommy Mendoza's first pitch is a steer-right call at the knees, a fastball. Dallas Morris is playing in on the grass at third for the Colonels. Stacia at short, Albano at second, and at first base is Flint Whipke. In the outfield, it's Edwards in left, Stantrell Smith in center, and Jordan Renz in right. Jordan is playing way around into right center. There is a big, big gap between Renz and the right field line. Ball too low from Tommy. As usual, Mendoza works quickly and fires a deep drive to left, but right there is Madison Edwards in front of the track. Madison snares it. Daniel Nelson hit that 2-1 pitch right on the button, but lines out to left, one away here in the swing first inning. Daniel Nelson was 0 for 4 last night. He walked with 2 outs in the 11th inning. Well, here's last night's hero, Casey Roulette, a fire plug, 5'8", 175. He belted a 1-out, 2-run homer off Tim DeJurgis in the bottom of the 12th to give the swing a win. Ball one is high and away, a fastball from Colonel 18-year-old right-hander Tommy Mendoza. Roulette, a right-handed batter, lines one past Tommy Mendoza, a fine backhanded stab in shallow right, and from the grass, Marco Albano had plenty on his throw to get Casey Roulette. 2 gone here in the first. Boy, Todd, Roulette stung that ball well, and it went past the outstretched glove of Tommy, and when it did, I thought it was a base hit for sure.
Well, good range over there to get that ball. I thought the same thing. I thought it was going to sneak into center field for a base hit, but showing signs of life here, the Colonels today, making plays defensively. Mendoza looks like his arm is live and fresh today, and I told Bobby Maggianis at the team hotel this morning I had a good feeling about today, and I continue to maintain that through the first half inning.
Colby Rasmus looks at a strike, and now a fastball upstairs to the Midwest League All-Star, 19 years old, batting .295, 5 homers, 28 RBIs. A 1-1 breaking pitch is ruled outside, and it's 2-1 to Colby Rasmus. Tommy Mendoza comes right after you. He does not have an ounce of fear or caution in his makeup. Here's a high pop foul, and this one will drift beyond the reach of Dallas Morris into the swing bullpen. Morris got closer to it than Madison Edwards did, and it drops foul for strike 2. Colby was 1 for 4 last night. A sacrifice bunt in the 12th inning got former Colonel Richard Giannotti to second base, and then Casey Roulette. Giannotti at second after the bunt, and then the 2-run homer. Ball 3 in the dirt, a changeup from Tommy. No score. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Stantrell Smith is playing way over into left center for Rasmus, and Colby chops one foul off the railing of the Colonel first base dugout.
John, I'll tell you, it was refreshing to see that last night, Rasmus laying down that bunt. Here's a kid who's going to be, I think, a star in the major leagues. A totally selfless, unselfish act of getting that bunt down and putting G in a scoring position.
Swing and a miss. A low fastball that tailed away from the right-hander Mendoza gets Colby Rasmus for the final out here in the swing first inning. And Tommy Mendoza retires the Quad Cities Ball Club 1-2-3, nothing across in the bottom of the first inning. John Rogers, Colonel Sports Information Media Relations Director, Todd Brummelkamp, glad you're with us on this Wednesday afternoon, where after one inning, the Colonels in swing are scoreless here in Davenport. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Get ready for summer and beat high gas prices with a pre-owned vehicle from Randy Keel Honda. Their inventory is jam-packed with fuel-efficient vehicles designed to save you money. Get an economical sedan for your daily commute, or indulge your sporty side with a high-performance coupe. Randy Keel Honda carries a large selection of Honda certified pre-owned vehicles backed by a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive warranty and 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Need to haul the entire family? For a limited time, you can get special financing on Honda certified pre-owned Odysseys. Whatever your driving needs, Randy Keel Honda has the vehicle for you. Visit Randy Keel Honda on Centerpoint Road Northeast or online at randykeel.com. Randy Keel Honda, where they treat you right.
Hy-Vee, the most respected and recognized brand name in our entire great state. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vee's value the vital role professional baseball plays in our community's fabric. Our treasured tradition of affordable, wholesome entertainment that brings families, friends, work colleagues, and customers together for lifelong memories. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vee's are proud to support the best thing going in eastern Iowa, the wonder of Colonel's baseball.
All-star starter Flint Whipke was at the plate when Madison Edwards was picked off first to end the Colonel first inning. It'll be Whipke, Renz, and Mark Trumbo here in the bottom of the top of the second inning. That's where those short turnarounds, Todd, will get a guy in his 40s. I enjoyed speaking to a civic group this morning, but sometimes your tongue and mind can't keep up with the short turnaround.
Well, you had a shorter turnaround than I did last night, so.
Strike one to Flint Whipke. The ball club stayed overnight here in Davenport, and they're fresh and ready to go. Kyle Sadlowski, the right-handers. Pitch is driven into shallow right, and it'll drop for a leadoff single. Flint Whipke has a base hit to start the Colonel's second, adding to his .265 average. Flint didn't try to overswing. He just took an outside pitch and went with it and dumped it in front of Casey Roulette for a leadoff single. That's the second Colonel hit of the day against right-hander Kyle Sadlowski. Kyle is from a Division II school in Pennsylvania, Kutztown University. I remember it being called Kutztown State when I was in graduate school out in Massachusetts 20 years ago at Springfield College. Here's Jordan Renz. A breaking pitch is over to Jordan. Renz, the league leader in homers with 13. second in the league with 43 RBIs. Jordan is ticketed for a starting slot here on June 21st in the All-Star game. Renz was 0 for 4 last night. Sidlowski's next delivery is a curve, and it's pounded foul past third, and Jordan's in the hole 0-2.
Talking with Swing General Manager Mike Weindrich today, he says things are going very well for the All-Star game. They expect a crowd roughly the size of last night's crowd here for that. I believe tickets for the All-Star game are still on sale. They're $12 and $10 a piece. And the Swing's website, swingbaseball.com, if anybody in Cedar Rapids is interested in coming over and watching the All-Star game.
The 0-2 to Jordan is outside a fastball. Todd, I'm glad you mentioned that because we've had a lot of folks come over today. Housing coordinator Lanny Peterson was here to meet up with an old buddy who pitched in the Yankee organization and then went on to coach here at Davenport Central. Tom Kelly and Gary Schubat will be here on Friday night. Jordan swings and misses a delayed steal attempt, and Whipke is safe. Flint Whipke, with some smart base running, is in scoring position as a delayed steal had Bryan Anderson firing down to Jose Martinez, but the throw was to the third base side of second, and Flint Whipke with a feet-first slide made it. Jordan Renz struck out, and boy, what is it, Todd? Jordan's had such a good season, but he's become very susceptible to two-strike pitches low and away. Is that a changeup or a curveball that keeps getting Jordan?
I think it might be the changeup that keeps getting him, although he's struggled with the curveball throughout his career. I think that was a change.
A breaking pitch low and away to Mark Trumbo. How about Flint Whipke collecting the Kernel team-high 78th stolen base of the year? Flint's at second with one out on this beautiful, sunshiny Wednesday afternoon here in Davenport. The 1-0 from Sidlowski. Strike one, a fastball, 84 miles an hour, according to the Quad City Times speed pitch indicator, the lower panel of the scoreboard in left center. What color is the Mississippi River? Well, it looks like the muddy Mississippi this afternoon. It's kind of a slatish gray or brown color, wouldn't you say, Todd?
It's not crystal clear today, I can tell you that much.
You're not ready for a dip, are you?
No, I wouldn't set foot in that water. The closest I'll come to that water is drinking it out of the tap here in Davenport.
Ball two, rolling inside to Mark Trumbo. Wouldn't you like to know all the things that have been dumped in that river over the century? Well, maybe you wouldn't want to know. Here's a drive into the right field corner for a base hit. It'll go to the wall and give the Kernels the lead. Flint Whipke scores standing up. Mark Trumbo is racing into second safely as the cutoff throw was past Jose Martinez, and Mark Trumbo gives the Kernels a 1-0 lead as he strokes his 6th double of the year down the right field line. It's skipped by Casey Roulette, and the Kernels are ahead here in the top of the second inning, 1-0.
Operating under the assumption that Trumbo was in the starting lineup, I'll share you the story. I was talking to Bobby Magianis at the team hotel today, and just trying to reassure Bobby and get him through this slide here at the end of the first half. And I said, I got a good feeling today, Bobby, and I've got a really good feeling about Mark Trumbo. He was my pick to click. We were talking about Ken Harrelson earlier. And Bobby goes, really? And I said, yeah, wouldn't it be something if I said that and he wasn't in the lineup? All I know is we got to the ballpark and he was in the lineup batting 6th.
Here's a base hit into left by Stantrell Smith. Mark Trumbo's going to try to score. The left fielder overruns it for an error. Trumbo scores. Stantrell Smith slides in safely. It's 2-0 Kernels. Mark Trumbo scored as Chad Gabriel was, I think, shocked that Mark Trumbo was being waved home. Gabriel came up early on the base hit into left, passed to the left of the third baseman, Daniel Nelson, by Stantrell Smith, and that error by the left fielder not only helped Trumbo rumble home, Todd, but Smith took second. It's 2-0 Kernels. That's RBI number 6 for Stantrell Smith.
We talk about Richard Giannotti and playing all out and going full bore. That's a play Richard Giannotti makes because he doesn't lay up. Gabriel slowed up, started, thought it was routine, and then, as you said, it caught him off guard when the big guy lumbered straight through third base. He didn't make the play, and Kernels have another runner in scoring position.
Gabriel commits his first error of the year, and with Stantrell Smith at second, as Todd said, Brett Martinez took a ball, now a swing and a miss. 2-0 Kernels, top of the second inning. Boy, I'll tell you what, Trumbo was not even at third base when Chad Gabriel went down the field that Hard hit smash into left by Stantrell. Ooh, Sedlowski leaves a pitch right up in Brett's wheelhouse, and Brett slashes it foul, straight back, strike 2.
I think that caught everybody in the ballpark, including Mark Trumbo, by surprise, but he did a good job. He never hesitated. He was watching Bobby all the way, and Bobby was waving him all the way. Gabriel just, he had a mental lapse there.
Now a tap to short. Good base running by Stantrell Smith. He goes to third as Luis Cotto pegs to first to get Brett Martinez. Brett put the bat on the ball, and we're going to keep noting that because our strikeout total is so high that whenever a Colonel puts the ball in play, we're going to commend him because that's important to start doing that, Todd.
That's right, and they're doing a good job of it today. We talked last night about sometimes when the short turnaround and the team that winds up on the short end of the stick in an extra inning loss like that last night is the one that comes out ready to play today. And it certainly looks like that with the Kernels. They're putting the bat on the ball and making things happen.
We would love a 2-out base hit by Marco Albano, who takes a curve low in the dirt. Ball 1. Marco steps out. Albano took over at second base for Larry Infante last night in the 9th inning, and Marco went 0 for 1. He's batting .230 in 21 games. Stantrell Smith at third. The right-hander pitches up and in with a fastball. Ball 2 to Marco Albano. 2-0 Kernels here in the top of the second. Kernels have 3 hits in this inning, and the swing have committed 1 error. Outfield plays the Colonel number 9 hitter straight away. Albano, a right-handed batter, and a fastball looked good from here, but the plate umpire said ball 3, low and outside to Marco Albano.
A couple more Kernels employees playing hooky today down behind the dugout. Jessica Ferguson and Andrea Murphy.
Well, they picked a great day to do that. Will Marco be turned loose on 3-0? No, the pitch almost hit him. Ball 4 as Albano had to jackknife out of the way of that 3-0 pitch. And the Kernels have had more success in this second inning against Kyle Sedlowski than they had the entire game they faced him here on May 27th. Sedlowski, in that start on the 27th, blanked the Kernels over 8 innings on only 2 hits. Struck out 4, walked 1. He was a 4-0 winner over Moose Mosbach. First and third, 2 away for Heinle Stacia. Let's see if Albano is running. He's not. Heinle hits one into center hard, but right at Colby Rasmus. Colby has to drift a few steps to his right to put it away, and the Colonel second ends with Heinle Stacia first pitch swinging and lining out to center. A good second inning for the Colonels. The Colonels strike for 2 runs. On 3 hits, there was 1 swing error, and the Colonels leave 2 men aboard, our first 2 stranded today. We have a magnificent Wednesday afternoon to bring you the action here from the banks of the Mississippi, and with Tommy Mendoza heading back to the hill, Colonels lead the swing after an inning and a half, 2-0. You're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Smelly cat, smelly cat. Oh, they feeding you.
What are you playing, Nigel?
Well, I was just trading places with Phoebe from Friends. She's so funny. She's wicked.
Cool. You know, Sierra Mist and TBS had their Trade Places with the Funniest Faces sweepstakes, where you could really trade places with your favorite characters and win the ultimate sitcom getaway. Yeah, just go to TBS.com to enter. You can win the Friends, Ross and Rachel honeymoon trip to Vegas. There's also a trip to see where the Seinfeld gang hung out in New York City. Or an Everybody Loves Raymond trip to a golf resort in California.
The Trade Places with the Funniest Faces sweepstakes. Just watch Friends on TBS and enter at TBS.com. Brought to you by Sierra Mist. It's that refreshing. No purchase necessary. Internet access required. Subject to official rules at TBS.com. Open to legal residents of the continental U.S. 18 or older. Void where prohibited. Ends 5/16/06.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners. We make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Tommy Mendoza ready to go to work here in the second inning on a beautiful sunny Wednesday afternoon. Bottom of the second, 2-0 Kernels. Here's All-Star Randy Roth to lead it off for Quad Cities, and Tommy's fastball is just inside for ball one. I know Tommy's family is listening in down in the Miami area, and we're glad you are. Nelson Mendoza and your wife Angelinos. And I have a message to pass on to Nelson and Angelinos Mendoza. A swing and a miss by Roth, and now a changeup looked good, but Randy took it high for ball two. Larry Infante came up to me in the Colonel Clubhouse a couple of days ago. Here's a fastball down and away, ball three, and Larry wanted me to make sure that the Mendozas, Nelson and Angelinos, knew that he said hi to them. I'm sure they talked to Larry in Spanish. Here's a line shot, a sinking liner in front of Stantrell Smith, and Randy Roth pace a base hit into center. That's Randy's 69th hit of the year. He's second in the league in hits. And credit Tommy Mendoza for not walking Roth. He made Randy earn his way on.
I didn't know Chicho spoke English. That's good to know.
Well, actually, Todd, I think the Mendozas talked to him in Spanish.
Well, he told you to say hi.
Oh, yes, you're right. He struggled a little bit with the message, but I understood what he meant. Bryan Anderson takes a fastball from the Colonel right-hander in for a strike.
The guys on the team have had a little fun with Larry trying to teach him English. They've got him a little confused, and it's funny to everyone on the bus, except for Larry, because he doesn't know it's a joke.
Here's a high pop foul that may be caught in left. It's in foul ground, and it's caught by Madison Edwards. Madison had to come a long way to his right in foul ground, Todd, and I'd like you to put on the field glasses and see if Madison's wearing sunglasses, those permanent Oakleys that a lot of the players wear, or did he catch that ball without sunglasses? Bryan Anderson fouls out down the left field line, one away here in the Quad Cities second inning, 2-0 Kernels.
Well, in typical ball player fashion, he's got sunglasses on top of the bill of his hat.
Well, they don't do him much good up there, do they?
I don't think so. Now, a lot of the players nowadays, I know Kelly Shearer was a big fan of these. Nike has introduced a tinted contact lens that serves basically as a pair of sunglasses, and so if you look out there and you see a guy not wearing sunglasses, he perhaps has those in, but I very clearly caught the distinct glint of the sun coming from the bill of his hat.
A 1-0 pitch is tipped foul at the feet of the batter, Jose Martinez. Jose was 0-for-3 last night. 3 of his 4 home runs this season have come against Colonel pitching. Martinez is from Venezuela. He's batting .246.
Funny you should mention Larry Infante. He was having a conversation with Martinez after the game while we were waiting to board the bus. I understood absolutely zero. They looked like they were having a good time, though, so we'll leave them at that.
Those Venezuelans, as our national media's got deals in 12 tries. Jose Martinez was walked intentionally last night in the 8th inning. Another throw to first by Tommy. Flint Whipke tosses it back after tagging Randy Roth late. Steve Dillard coaching at first for the swing, and their manager, Keith Mitchell, standing with his hands on his hips, coaching at third. There are no coaching boxes here at John O'Donnell. Here's a check swing and a pop-up to the middle of the diamond. Heinle Stacia comes rushing in from short, and just a few feet behind the mound, Heinle puts it away. Boy, you talk about boring in on a guy, Todd. Tommy Mendoza came right in on Jose Martinez. He checked his swing up in self-defense.
Absolutely. It was a Papa don't hurt me kind of move there and popped the ball right up to Stacia and kept it on the infield. I just have a good feeling. The person I feel sorry for is Robert Mosbach having to watch this because the Colonels have scored 2 more runs in 2 innings than he's gotten all the last 27 innings.
You're right about that. We saw Moose before the game. I did in the Colonel Clubhouse and told him to hang in there, and he gave me a high five and said, John, I just wish I was on the All-Star team. I said, you deserve it.
The one thing, we've played good defense behind Robert.
Yes, we have.
Hung him out to dry defensively. He's pitched well. We've played good defense. For some reason, Eric Owen says it's karma. Maybe it's karma that it's just one guy. But poor Moose. He'll get it turned around, and I think that was a big-time snub just because he doesn't have the win-loss record of a Nick Adenhart or a Stephen Merrick. Moose has improved dramatically and has been solid in every single start this season for the Kernels.
He sure has, Todd. Chad Gabriel stands with virtually no bend in his knees. He's a right-handed hitter. He's taken 2 pitches downstairs. Here's Tommy's 2-0. High fastball. Swung on and missed by Gabriel. Chad, in 18 games, is hitting .308. 1 homer, 4 RBIs. Chad Gabriel's from Santa Ana College. He stepped out for a moment. Swing in their white home uniforms with vest tops, baby blue sleeves, baby blue socks, and orange numbers and orange letters on the front. There's strike 2 at the knees as Gabriel looks towards the heavens as if to say to the plate umpire, that was low. 2-0 Kernels, a runner at first, Randy Roth, 2 out here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Mendoza comes set below the chin, and Tommy's 2-2. A breaking pitch low and away in the dirt, blocked by Brett Martinez, who's wearing a pair of red shin guards and a red chest protector.
Brett spent some time with Richard Giannotti last night, as I know a couple Kernels players did, catching up. Of course, Brett and the G-Man played together briefly last season. Martinez was with us for about 2 weeks.
There goes the runner on the 3-2 pitch. It's upstairs, and Chad Gabriel draws a 2-out walk. Now, that's the one thing Tommy Mendoza wanted to guard against was that 2-out walk. The Angels have certain tenets which they live by in their organization, and one is that they'd rather see a guy get almost a home run than a walk. I'm sure that's a bit of an exaggeration, but there's something about 2-out walks. I don't know if the Angels, Todd, have done a statistical study or what it is, but they preach to try to avoid those.
Well, anytime you walk a guy with 2 outs, all you're doing is extending the inning and just opening yourself up. I think that's the main impetus of it. Don't extend an inning any longer. If a guy gets a hit, well, that's fine because that's how an inning plays out. Walks are not part of the game, so to speak. And if you're just giving an opponent more time, the law of averages says they'll come and beat you eventually. So you got to avoid the 2-out walk, and everybody's going to give up one now and then. But
sure.
Tommy is so poised out on the mound that I think he'll be able to work around this situation to Rogers.
Adam takes ball 1 upstairs. Adam Rogers, a husky, strong right-handed batter out of Rice University in Houston. And ball 2 is high and away to Adam Rogers. 0 for 2 before he was lifted for a pinch hitter last night in the 8th. Kernan Ronan is going to have a heart-to-heart conversation with their young Colonel right-hander, sponsored by Mercy Medical Center. Everyone says you've got a wonderful heart, and Mercy Medical Center can help you keep it that way. A $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy Medical Center. It's quick, easy, and convenient, and it could save your life. Call Mercy today at 398-6821. Kernan Ronan puts his right arm on the left shoulder of the Colonel 18-year-old, gives him a swat on the hind side, and Kernan has completed his Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Tommy Mendoza. We want to get Todd Brummelkamp working year-round with us on our sales staff because that Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation sponsorship was Todd's brainchild. Remember that, Todd?
I do remember that.
Oh, no, a balk has been called against Mendoza. Tommy went to throw to first base. He forgot that there was a runner at second, and he also forgot Flint Whipke wasn't holding on the runner, so Tommy balks Roth to third and Chad Gabriel to second. Just a mental mistake by the 18-year-old, and let's see if he can come back and get Adam Rogers and try to keep this Colonel 2-0 lead intact.
You know, you always talk about people doing stupid things when they're young and making mistakes, and the same holds true for a baseball player. Sometimes they just make a little slip-up like that when they're young, and I guarantee you when Tommy's 22, 23, he doesn't make that play.
Swing and a miss on a slider low and outside. It's 2-1 to Adam Rogers, batting 8th in the Quad City order. Adam batting .231, 2 homers, 19 RBIs. The designated hitter is a right-handed batter with an open stance, and he was a 25th-round pick of St. Louis last year. He swings late and misses, strike 2. Well, whatever Kernan Ronan said in his Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Tommy Mendoza, so far it has paid good fruit, or more good fruit. 2 on, 2 out, and a 2-2 count to Rogers. A high pop foul. This one will tail into the Colonel bullpen over the head of the hustling first baseman Flint Whipke, and it hit the mound of the Colonel right field bullpen.
Looks like Tim Jurgis getting it on 2 hops down there.
20 rows of navy blue box seats comprise the grandstand here at John O'Donnell. There is no grandstand roof, and a massive bleacher section parallels the left field line. It's 343 down the left field line, 318 down the right field line, 400 to dead center. Adam Rogers pops to the next 2-2 pitch foul over our heads. The one design flaw in this press box is that there's no window to open on a day like today. We have a couple of trestle-like windows above us that have a screen in front of them, but we're almost like a hockey goalie goal judge in a little glass box. The next 2-2. Strike 3 called! Yes, sir, Todd Brummelkamp. You said got him, and the plate umpire concurred. Adam Rogers is called out on strikes to end the second inning threat by the swing. No runs for Quad Cities. 1 hit, a walk, a balk. There were no Colonel errors. The swing leave a pair as Adam Rogers is called out on strikes to end the Quad Cities second inning. As we go to the top of the third, it's the Colonels on top of the swing this afternoon, 2-0. And this is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Reading stimulates a child's imagination, increases their mastery of subject matter, improves their spelling and vocabulary, and opens up new worlds of discovery. That's why Toyota Financial Services, the Gazette, and the Kernels are teaming up to encourage elementary students throughout the community to read. Kernels players will visit 38 elementary schools this spring to talk with students about the benefits of reading. Girls and boys will then be rewarded with nifty prizes for achieving reading milestones. Toyota Financial Services, the Gazette, and the Kernels, proud to stand behind our community's youth through reading.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper,
right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a chicken mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more. You know it. With 23 flavors mixed into one bold taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
We go to the top of the third on this glorious sunshiny Wednesday afternoon at John O'Donnell Stadium, the namesake for a legendary sports editor of the local paper here, who I understand, Todd, is Madison Edwards takes the strike. Steve Batterson, an outstanding renowned writer for the Quad City Times, told me that John O'Donnell, here's a high pop-up behind home plate. There should be a play for Bryan Anderson. Ooh, he overran it, and it drops. That's one of the toughest plays for a catcher at this level, Todd, is that pop-up right behind home plate between the backstop and home plate. It always comes back towards home, and there's no way a fungo-hitting coach can put that kind of spin on it, is there?
No, but, as you mentioned, that it's something that always gets practiced in infield. They don't hit little nubbers out in front of the plate and practice throwing down to first base. They always practice that circling, running back towards the net, finding where you're at, and trying to make that catch. It's tough as a former catcher, I can tell you that.
Madison Edwards gets a life and takes a changeup blowing in. Ball one. Madison dumped a single down the left field line in the first, but then was picked off first to end the inning by right-hander Kyle Sidlowski. He winds and delivers way outside to the left-handed hitting Colonel from Texas Tech. Todd, I was going to ask you before we get to the draft, you've been great all year about, that's one of my favorite segments of the broadcast, Halo Happenings, results from around the Anaheim organization, and some pretty good news on several fronts last night.
Oh, that's right, especially with the parent club, Angels, who won 12-2. Former Colonel, we knew him as Johan Santana. He's Irvin now, improved to 5-2 as The Angels defeated Tampa Bay 12-2 to even that series up. They're still in fourth place in the West, but coming around at 27-32.
Madison Edwards wearing a big black elbow pad a la Mo Vaughn a few years ago on his front arm, dribbles a 2-2 pitch foul to the on-deck circle where Dallas Morris waits. Madison leading off here in the top of the third inning. Corks one deep to right, but right there is Casey Roulette in front of the track, and he has it. Boy, Madison Edwards, ever since making that adjustment in his hands, that funky launch position, has really been swinging the bat a lot better.
I have a feeling that has the stamped signature of Ty Van Berkeley all over it. It's a timing issue, and whatever Ty saw, he's got it figured out. Madison's really putting good wood on the ball. Well, we talked about the Angels doing well. The Salt Lake Bees continue their hold on first place. They're 34-24. Howie Kendrick 2 for 4 with a double last night as the Bees defeated Fresno 3-2. They are off today, by the way, a well-deserved travel day in AAA.
Dallas Morris lays off a pitch down and away from the swing right-hander. Dallas flew out to center in the first inning. Right-handed hitter. Ball 2 inside.
Matt Brown, 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Rafael Rodriguez winning for the second time as the Arkansas Travelers. They've struggled this year, but they've won 3 straight to improve to 20-37. Arkansas defeated Tulsa 8-6.
A pitch hit off the end of the bat in the air, a one-hopper to Jose Martinez. Martinez is a flashy second baseman, and he picks it and throws out Dallas Morris for the second out of the inning. 2 away here in the Colonel third as Kyle Sadlowski will try to retire the side in order for the first time today.
The Travs are playing right now as we are in Tulsa. It was a 12 o'clock start there. Former Colonel Chris Hunter on the mound. He's 1-5. Trying to get things turned around.
Here's a hot shot off the torso of Daniel Nelson. He has no play. Flint Whipke, Todd, hit a scalding one-hopper to third, and I'll give Nelson credit for even standing in front of that one. That was hit like a bullet.
Well, not only are we putting the bat on the ball today, but we're putting it on the ball hard, and that was a shot. You got to give him a hit on that. That cannot be an error. That was a tough play to make for Nelson.
And it is the fifth. Oh, well, I'll bite my tongue. My goodness, they've given him an error. I can't believe that's kind of scoring, Todd.
How can you give Stantrell Smith a hit last night and then not give Flint Whipke a hit right there?
That almost just makes
me... You can't make that play. Brooks Robinson's the only person that could have made that play on that ball.
Todd, it almost sickens me to see that. That's not good scoring. It's somebody who doesn't know the game. And
Eric Owens will have words with the official score after the game.
How can that be an error? Wow. Flint hit that ball so hard. Am I seeing things, or didn't he hit the cover off the ball?
Oh, he scalded it.
Here's a throw to first and Flint back, and it's not so much, I feel bad for Flint not getting a hit on it, but I feel equally as bad for Daniel Nelson. How can you charge a guy an error?
Absolutely.
Wow.
That's a win-win situation if you give Flint Whipke a hit there.
Another throw to first chases Flint back, and Todd, I didn't mean to block your path. I think we were headed down to Rancho Cucamonga.
That's right. You talk about Richard Giannotti, popular former Colonels. Fernando Rodriguez Jr., he's 6-2 on the year. They're taking on Visalia this evening.
Swinging a foul over the press level here behind home plate. Evens the count to All-Star Jordan Wren's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Visalia, a Tampa Bay Devil Rays affiliate. That game's at 8:35 our time. Last night, Rancho fell victim to a complete game 2-hit shutout by Jonathan Barrett as the Nuts shut the Quakes out 3-0.
Whipke has the die back in hand first as Sadlowski keeps throwing over there. 2-0 Colonels. Runner at first, Flint Whipke is the swing third baseman, what we thought unjustly was charged with an error moments ago on a hard hit ball that thudded off the left side of his torso. Curve, and Jordan stayed on it. Wishes he had that pitch back. He fouls it straight back for strike 2.
I think we forgot to mention that the parent club Angels continue their series with Tampa Bay today a little later this afternoon, 3:15 at the Trop. It's Jared Weaver looking to go to 3-0. Last year's first-round draft pick, Jared Weaver. 2 years ago, actually.
That's right. He almost sat out this whole first year. A throw to first, and Again, Whipke's back. Flint has reached twice today. Got the Colonel 2-run second started when he singled into right. Then he stole second. He scored on a Mark Trumbo RBI double into right. The catcher sets up outside. The pitch to Renz. A curve, and Jordan hits it in the air to left. Coming on Chad Gabriel. He's there and has it. Jordan couldn't quite get the arms extended, and he flies out to left fielder Chad Gabriel. No runs in the third for the Kernels. No hits. There was one swing error, their second of the day. The Kernels leave a runner aboard and have left 3 on. After 2.5 here from John O'Donnell Stadium, it's the Kernels on top of the swing, 2-0, and you're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Who's that true cooking man? King of the grill, who's your patio?
It's time for Clements' Great Grill Challenge. If someone asks you, what's cooking, Daddy-O, tell them Clements is always lean and juicy. The other guys have more fat, more flare-ups, and shrinking taste. Avoid unnecessary flare-ups. Never substitute fat for flavor. Always grill Clements.
King of the grill, man. Grill's hot. Who's your patio?
June is Perennial Gardening Month at Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center. Start your lasting perennial garden with Peck's terrific variety of new and all-time favorite perennials. From Peck's selection of quality perennials, you can select the right ones for your garden or yard. Each week during this month of June, Peck's will feature a perennial plant available for a special price. Be sure to look for this week's featured perennial as you stroll through Peck's many acres of plants and flowers. Stop in to visit the plant people at Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Road Northeast. That's where Peck's is celebrating 50 years of growing with the Cedar Rapids community. As we go to the bottom of the third, Todd Brummelkamp, Bobby Magianas cornered me in the manager's office today. He was beaming with anticipation. He said, John, this is an even more exciting day in the draft because you get some guys that have been overlooked or that can help immediately in a minor league system, and you keep your finger on the pulse of the draft as well as anybody I know, and as the swing bat here in the bottom of the third, I want you to weave in some of the information you've garnered about the Angel draft. Luis Cotto swings and fouls the first pitch back, strike one.
Well, we were talking about Jeff Weaver. He was the first-round pick 2 years ago. They took a high school pitcher last year, Trevor Bell. He's waiting to go to Orem. And it was a high school catcher the Angels took yesterday, Hyun Choi Conger.
A deep drive, hooking foul over the swing left field bullpen. It's 0-2 to Luis Cotto, the number 9 hitter.
They call him Hank. We'll refer to him as Hank Conger. He's a good friend of Mark Trumbo's. Talked a little bit more with Mark about him on the bus last night. The Angels had made 17 picks during yesterday's first portion of the draft.
As Tommy fires upstairs a fastball to the right-handed hitter.
And in keeping with the Angels' philosophy, you can never have too much pitching. 10 of those 17 first-day picks were pitchers.
A changeup is in the dirt, and it's 2-2 to Luis Cotto. Cotto batting .260 on the year. In 30 games, no homers, 9 RBIs. He's the leadoff man here in the bottom of the third. It's the Kernels 2 and the swing nothing. Tommy rocks and delivers. Ooh, a good-looking fastball, and the plate umpire ruled it ball 3. I thought it was strike 3 called. Cotto led off the 8th inning with a single last night, but he was caught trying to steal second. Luis was in the hole moments ago, 0-2, and now it's a full count. Cotto readies himself for the payoff pitch and strokes it foul off to the right.
Well, we remember having Quan Cosby here in Cedar Rapids a couple years ago, for a couple seasons actually. And the Angels took another talented football player in the 4th round yesterday, Jared Page, a 4-year starter on the UCLA football team. They took him actually in the 7th round.
Cotto lifts one in the air towards second base, and just behind the bag, it's brought down by Heinle Stacia, Cotto's counterpart. Luis Cotto is popped to short, and Tommy Mendoza continues to sparkle. He's gunning for his 3rd straight win. 1 away here in the 3rd, top of the order for the swing. 2-0 Kernels. That reminds me, Todd, thanks for that great information about Page. Several years ago, before this ballpark was renovated and the Twins were the affiliate here, Ricky Manning Jr. was here's a line drive, golfed right at Flint Whiskey. Daniel Nelson hit it hard, but lines to first, 2 away here in the 3rd inning. And I don't know how serious Ricky Manning was about professional baseball, but he turned himself into darn near an all-pro secondary man. Now he'll be with the Bears.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good football players come through this league. Quincy Carter comes to mind as a Rockford Cub. Quan Cosby doing a great job at the University of Texas. Jack Rader, general manager, sent around a very nice story about Quan Cosby and some of the work that he's done with local charity organizations down in Austin. We were talking earlier about former Colonel shortstop Paul Fela. He was a very good football player.
At Notre Dame, a swing and a foul, straight back by Casey Roulette, and now a changeup, strike 2 to Roulette. Well, Page isn't one of these reaches, Todd. He wouldn't be taken in the 4th round. They think they can sign him.
Well, that's right, and he's a senior, so hopefully they'll get him inked and get all these guys taken care of. But they had 17 picks in 18 rounds, and it looks like they spread them out fairly well. There's 10 pitchers, 3 catchers, and 2 outfielders and 2 infielders.
The 0-2 from Tommy to Roulette. Swing and a tip foul into the glove of Brett Martinez, and that's a 1-2-3 inning, the 2nd and 3 for the 18-year-old Colonel right-hander, and the swing go in order in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Todd, before we take a break, we have the latitude if you'd like to keep it here. I know you want to go down, and I don't blame you with no portals or no windows here. You want to soak up some of the warm sunshine and enjoy the game from below. Any other thoughts on the Angel draft? I know Bobby was very excited about the second day today.
Well, I just think, today is the day that you're going to get guys to fill out I don't like the term, the quote-unquote organizational player, but because those guys can go on and make it. Look at Mike Piazza, who was basically taken as a favor to his godfather, Tommy Lasorda. He's turned into an all-star and a possible Hall of Famer. I look at guys like Ryan Leahy. He was a second-day draft pick who came to Cedar Rapids the year that he was drafted and helped out immensely. I believe Adam Pavkovich was in that group as well, a guy in 2004, 2003 that came in after the draft. And we had Greg Deeney here last year. He's retired now, but those are the type of players that you're going to get on this second day. And I know Bobby's thinking that maybe the Angels can get us some help with you go the established route, a big college like a Boston College where Ryan Leahy and Marco Albano went to, or a guy like Dallas Morris, Louisiana Lafayette. And in the later rounds, you're going to be taking college guys that are proven that they can play and hopefully succeed at this level, as opposed to a lot of high school guys who, if they're getting drafted on the second day, they're probably not going to sign. They're probably going to go to college and try to improve their draft stock.
Well, Todd, thank you so much, and I know you'll be back up a little later to wrap things up, but for right now, you enjoy the marvelous weather, and let's score some more runs and keep the ball rolling.
Well, my guy's at the plate right now, so we'll see if my prediction continues to hold true. He already came through for me.
Yes, Trumbo doubled in a run and scored, and the Colonel 2-run second, and fastball is a strike call to the big Colonel right-handed slugger. Mark batting .203, 8 home runs, 25 RBIs. Right-handed hitter. And there's a fastball in at the outside corner for a strike. As Todd mentioned, there's a number of games this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, and we'll be checking that as we progress here today. The Cubs are in action at Houston today. The Pirates and the Rockies at Coors Field. Later this afternoon, the Giants host the Marlins, and it's the Phillies and Diamondbacks in Phoenix. I wonder how hot it is in Phoenix, Arizona today. The 1-2 to Mark. Curve, and Mark stayed on it and whistled it foul straight back. We're in the top of the 4th inning here at John O'Donnell Stadium. I know Bob Brooks probably knew John O'Donnell very well, and Steve Batterson told us, the beat writer for the Swing, that John O'Donnell was a very good Big Ten football and basketball official, also knew how to officiate wrestling matches. A good changeup has Mark Trumbo down on strike swinging, one away here in the Colonel 4th inning, 2-0 Colonels. Stantrell Smith lined a single to the left of Daniel Nelson into left field to drive in a run in the Colonel 2-run second. Swing and a miss, a big swing by Stantrell, strike 1. Remember, your chance to earn a couple of rewards from Bruce Moore are coming up in the fifth inning today. A breaking pitch is low from Kyle Sidlowski. 1-1 to Stantrell Smith. This crowd, which is rather sparse today, is quiet right now. Stantrell lifts one high in the air to the right side of the swing infield. Coming in is the first baseman, and on the grass, it's caught by Randy Roth. Stantrell Smith has popped out to first. 2 away here in the Colonel. Fourth inning, 2-0 in favor of the Kernels. That's right, you'll have a chance to earn a couple of rewards from Bruce Moore in our Bruce Moore Bonanza contest when the Kernels bat in the fifth inning. And I bet you Peggy Whitworth, the director of Bruce Moore, Jim Kern, and Jenny Conkle, I bet they're all tuned in this afternoon. I know Patrick Whitworth is, Peggy's son. A strike call to Brett Martinez, and now a fastball is blown by the Colonel right-handed batter. Here's the 0-2. And it's looped into right for a 2-out single. Brett Martinez with a good piece of hitting. Went the other way and looped it into right for a 2-out base hit. The Kernels have had at least one base runner in every inning so far this afternoon. Brett Martinez singles for Marco Albano to bat here in the top of the fourth inning. Marco Albano, a right-handed hitter, walked his first time up, and he takes low, ball one. The only game this afternoon in the American League, as Todd said, has our Angels playing down at Tropicana Field against the Devil Rays. The runner goes, and a stolen base for Brett Martinez. That's because as Bryan Anderson was reaching into his glove to peg to second, he lost the handle. Now Brett Martinez tries to get back to first. I don't know what he was thinking. He had stolen second and then tried to get back to first. He miscommunicated with Colonel First Base Coach Eric Owens, and they're exchanging words as they go into the Colonel First Base dugout. I don't know if Martinez was picked off by, in other words, did the second baseman or shortstop deke Brett Martinez? I guess they did. Martinez had second base stolen, slid in safely, then got back to his feet and was thrown out trying to get back to first. It went catcher to second baseman to first baseman. Caught stealing, 2-4-3. Well, we've seen some pretty strange base running by the Kernels this season, but I think that one tops it all. Brett Martinez had second base stolen, and something happened where he didn't know where the ball was, and he started trotting back to first. Time was not called, and he was tagged out. No runs in the Colonel fourth inning. We just gave an out away. One hit. There were no swing errors. The man caught stealing. The Colonels leave the bases empty. We go to the home half of the fourth with the Colonels leading Quad City 2-0, and you're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
The summer heat can be so oppressive unless you can keep your cool. Who do you call when your cooling system fails? Call on the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating. The A-Team can inspect and ensure that your cooling system is good to go when you need it most. 24 hours a day, rely on the A-Team from Ahern Plumbing and Heating. Call 393-4872. 393-4872 for Ahern Plumbing and Heating.
Advanced Systems, the leader in office technology, is like a great baseball coach when it comes to office productivity. Advanced Systems makes the most of your team. They do it with the latest technology for office productivity from Canon. They're also like a great trainer. Advanced Systems Advanced Life Support makes sure your office equipment runs at peak levels and fixes it fast if things go wrong. Hit it over the fence with Canon technology from Advanced Systems. Call 832-8291.
Business for the 21st century with Advanced Systems.
Coffee works when it's important to you. Coffee works, let your work shine through. Quality coffee, we do it for less. Don't settle for second best. Coffee works, computer center. Coffee works, we do it better when you think of coffee. Think of
Tommy Mendoza, with his club ahead 2-0, has gotten ahead of All-Star Colby Rasmus, 0-2. Now a changeup in the dirt for ball one. Colby Rasmus struck out to end the swing first inning. Left-handed hitter. And ball two is high and outside to the 19-year-old Colby Rasmus. We're back at home to finish the first half with an 8-game homestand starting this Saturday night. Bank of the West fireworks. Here's a line shot over the head of the leaping Colonel first baseman. Down the right field line. Jordan Renz finally getting to it. Colby Rasmus is digging for three, and he'll make it with a leadoff triple. Colby Rasmus brings this crowd to life with his first triple of the season. That ball just beyond the leaping grasp of Flint Whipke went to the right of the 318 mark down the right field corner. And Colby Rasmus, who was in the hole 0-2, came back on a 2-2 pitch and hammers a triple into the right field corner. That'll bring up the Swing's best hitter, or second best hitter, Randy Roth. Randy is third, check that, Randy is sixth in the league in hitting with a .308 average. Tied for second in home runs with 12, and he's fifth in the league with 40 runs driven in. The Colonel infield is back. They'll trade a run for an out here in the bottom of the fourth inning, 2-0 Kernels. Oh, that ball was just over the head of Flint Whipke. Had Flint been 1 inch taller, he'd have caught it. A breaking pitch just misses outside. Ball one to Randy Roth. Well, runs have been very hard to come by for both of these teams in our 9 games against each other. A curve, and that one is popped foul into the first base stands. The Kernels are hitting a meager 187 in 9 games versus Quad Cities. The Swing are hitting only 240 against our pitching staff. Kernels rank 7th in the league in pitching, 7th of 14 teams with a 3.48 team ERA. Randy Roth fouls another one back, and he's in the hole 1-2. Colby Rasmus at third with nobody out. A leadoff triple. The wind is really blowing hard now from the left field foul pole straight out towards center field, the Mississippi River. Roth takes a pitch in the dirt for ball two and a run-saving stop by Brett Martinez. The Swing have a great chance to score here in the fourth inning. A leadoff triple by Colby Rasmus over the outstretched glove at first of Flint Whipke. Randy Roth grounds one foul past third. That almost hit the base runner. Almost hit Colby Rasmus, who had to skip out of the way of it. Bank of the West fireworks this Saturday night. The gates open at 6 for the 7 o'clock start. And our Saturday night fireworks series have become the talk of the town. Meet me at the stadium. A bouncer to short will drive in a run. Heinle Statia's long throw to first gets Randy Roth, who drives in the first run of the day for Quad Cities. Roth with his 41st run driven into the year. Chopped it to short. Colby Rasmus scored. 1 out, nobody on. 2-1 Kernels here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Sunday is Bark in the Park. You can bring your dog to the ballpark and bring a blanket and sit out on the grass slope seating berm parallel to the left field line. There'll be a dog parade on the field before the game. Here's a rocket fair into the right field corner. Let's see if Bryan Anderson can turn it into a triple. Jordan Renz gets to it and heaves it back into the cutoff man. And Bryan Anderson is held to a 1-out double. He hit it the same place Colby Rasmus did, over the head of Flint Whipke. He pulled it down into the right field corner. Bryan Anderson has the second extra base hit for the Swing in this inning. And Quad Cities has the tying run at second with 1 out. Boy, the Swing are playing well. They've won 7 of their last 8 games. Jose Martinez is at the plate. Right-handed batter. Rockin' Ray and Skydog USA will perform throughout the day on Sunday. It's a family fun Sunday. The gates open at 1, and popcorn's only $1. The Kernels will sign autographs from 1:20 until 1:40. Velocity Sports Performance sponsors running the bases after the game on Sunday I'm telling you, Rockin' Ray and Sky Dogs USA are some act. They will entertain you with tricks and magicry and stunts that you've never dreamed of. Here's a drive into deep right, left, and Madison Edwards has it for the second out of the inning. Jose Martinez got good wood on it, hit it right on the button, but lines out to left. 2 gone here in the swing fourth inning. 2-1 in favor of the Kernels. Then Monday, the 12th of June, a 7 o'clock start with the gates opening at 6. That's a Dollar Dog Monday. Hot dogs are only $1 on Monday, and that's sponsored by our partners at Mix 96.5 FM. Chad Gabriel walked his first time up, right-handed hitter. Breaking pitch, and it's bounced foul outside third. Tommy Mendoza hustling over into foul ground. The Colonel right-hander picks it up. Just past the top of the hour here in Davenport, as it is in Cedar Rapids, and you're enjoying Colonel Baseball on ESPN 1600 KCRG Cedar Rapids. Special hello today goes out to Greta Van Fleet and her husband John and their grandson Jonathan. I'm sure they're listening to the ball game today. The pitch jams the batter, and it's a slow roller, a shallow short. Heinley Stacia charges, picks it, and throws out Chad Gabriel. How about Tommy Mendoza? He pitches around a one-out double and prevents the swing from tying the game here in the fourth inning. Quad City strikes for 1 run. On 2 extra base hits. There were no Colonel errors, and the swing leave a runner aboard. They've left 3. Kernels come to bat in the top of the 5th inning with a 2-1 lead over Quad Cities. You're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
Meet Jim. Well, it's nice how he spends weekends in his yard trying to kill weeds.
Gotcha.
Meet Dave. He spends weekends on the green. That's because Greg's Lawn Service takes care of his lawn. Mowing, fertilizing, pruning, and, weed control. Greg does the big jobs, too. Landscaping, retaining walls, curb edges, and patios. So when you've had enough of those little devils...
Aha! Yes!
Call 393-0101. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest.
Hi, I'm Tanya Sedlock, your local Pekin Insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. We all know how quickly life can change. You buy a new car or a new home. Your family is blessed with a new baby. Your teenager starts driving the family car. I'm here to help with a complete line of insurance plans to give you protection when you need it the most. Pekin Insurance has been in business of insuring people for 85 years. I'm here to put your interests first. Please visit me, Tanya Sedlock, at the Andrews Agency.
Time for our Bruce Moore Bonanza as we go to the top of the 5th inning here in Davenport on the banks of the Mississippi. 2-1 Kernels. Marco Albano was at the plate when Brett Martinez had second base stolen, but then for some reason came back to first and was thrown out. Ball 1 in the dirt to Marco, who walked his first time up. If you've been one of our Bruce Moore Bonanza question winners already this season, that's great. Please don't email us here in Davenport today, but you can certainly play along. Marco strokes it to the left of the third baseman. A fine play by Daniel Nelson, who throws in the dirt, but Randy Roth digs it out. Marco Albano has a base hit taken away from him as Marco grounded it to the left of Daniel Nelson. Daniel had to lean out and extend himself fully to take that one hopper and throw out. Marco Albano one away here in the 5th inning. You'll find the answer to our Bruce Moore Bonanza question on the Bruce Moore website, www.brucemore.org. Strike 1 to Heinley Stacia, who is struck out and lined to center. 1 out. Nobody on here in the 5th for the Kernels. The Kernels are in their gray road uniforms with red socks. A hard hit ball to Randy Roth. And on the second hop, Roth stabs it and steps on the base. 2 gone here in the Colonel 5th inning. Hindley Stacia hit that ball right on the button, but grounds out to first. With 2 away, the batter is Madison Edwards, who's 1 for 2. You'll email me your answer to the Bruce Moore Bonanza question right here at john@kernels.com, JOHN@Kernels, KERNELS. So log on now to the Bruce Moore website, and if you email me the correct answer along with your name and address, you'll earn 2 passes to the 2006 Bruce Moore Classic performance of the Fantastics. That's coming up in July, and a Bruce Moore souvenir book. Madison Edwards pumps one in the air to the left side, and drifting out into shallow left to put it away is Luis Cotto. Madison Edwards sliced it off the end of the bat and pops out to the shortstop. The Kernels go quickly, 1-2-3-0 across in the top of the 5th inning. Our Bruce Moore Bonanza question: what is the name of the cereal company George Douglas's father co-founded? It's a fixture in Cedar Rapids. What is the name of the cereal company George Douglas's father co-founded? You'll find the answer on the Bruce Moore website, www.brucemore.org, BRUCEMORE.org, and you can email your answer along with your name and address to me at john@kernels.com. After 4.5, the Kernels hold a 2-1 advantage over the Swing, and you're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared at Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Oh, come to Zio Giano's, our pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for the Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? Hey, my hair is my trademark. I gotta be able to count on a good cut and stuff to keep my hair looking thick, even if it's not.
I get a good cut, no wrong way, a smile, and a little something left over in my wallet.
I get little trims that keep my hair long and healthy, and stuff to make it loose and curly one day, straight and sassy the next.
With expert stylists trained in the latest trends and techniques and your favorite professional styling and hair care products, you'll always get what you're looking for at Cost Cutters. At Cost Cutters, you can always count on convenient, affordable, professional care and products that help you create just the style you want. At Cost Cutters, you'll always get a little more.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? A slick, clean cut, great highlights, and a little wig from the hottest stylist I've ever seen.
Adam Rogers opens up the home half of the 5th for Quad Cities, and he bashes the first pitch foul off the mask of Brett Martinez. Brett is stunned a little bit by that one. Strike 1. Rogers and then Cotto, the number 8 and 9 hitters, then the top of the order for the Swing. A curveball, and that one is lifted into right, a base hit in front of Jordan Renz. Adam Rogers, a .231 hitter, went the other way and laces a leadoff single into right. Let's see if Keith Mitchell tries to bunt the tying run to second, or whether he'll let Luis Cotto, a right-handed batter, swing away here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Swing have now have 4 hits. The Kernels have 5. Kernels scored a pair on 3 hits in the 2nd inning. Quad City scored 1 in the bottom of the 4th, and they have the tying run at first with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-1 Kernels. We have a winner to congratulate, winning a pair of tickets to the 2006 Classics performance at Bruce Moore of the Fantastics and a Bruce Moore souvenir book, Alan Bernard. Alan Bernard, congratulations. Alan is the president of the Hawkeye Labor Council, and Alan emailed us here in sunny Davenport with the correct answer to our Bruce Moore Bonanza question. What is the name of the cereal company that George Douglas's father co-founded? Quaker Oats. And Alan Bernard, one of the most prominent figures in Cedar Rapids with his work with the labor unions, has earned himself 2 tickets to the 2005 Classics performance of the Fantastics and a Bruce Moore souvenir book. Alan, I hope you'll be able to make it with your wife, Carlene. I know you were planning on coming to our hot stove banquet to benefit Tanager Place, but you were very sick that week. Ball one upstairs to Luis Cotto. Tommy Mendoza, 72 in a third innings pitched this year, has only given up 73 hits. Fan 61 and 72 in a third, walked only 17. Fastball upstairs, 2-0 now to Luis Cotto. Cotto popped out to second to lead off the third inning. Mendoza's ERA, 4.85. Tommy was a 4-2 winner against Burlington his last start. That was Friday night at home. Cotto looks at strike one called. Mendoza in the start Friday at home against Burlington spun 8 innings and allowed only 2 runs to the Bees on only 7 hits in 8 innings. Tommy fanned 5 and walked 1. He was a 4-2 winner. Mendoza stands with his glove right underneath his chin and throws to first. Adam Rogers, 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts, is back standing up. Our baseball camps kick off tomorrow morning, and it's not too late to sign up your son or daughter. Kids ages 7 to 10 will be instructed by the Kernel manager, coaches. Here's the runner going, and a foul into the screen. Evens the count to Luis Cotto, 2-2. 2-1 our score in favor of the Kernels here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The camp goes from tomorrow through Saturday from 9:30 until 12:30, 9:30 in the morning till 12:30 in the afternoon, and it's for kids ages 7 to 10. The camp for the older kids ages 11 to 14 is from June 14th through the 16th. The 2-2 to Luis Cotto. A high fly ball into left center. Madison Edwards is gliding over, but Stantrell Smith calls him off and misses it. The ball drops, a comedy of errors, and it's second and third, nobody out. Well, that was a terrible communication between Madison Edwards and Stantrell Smith. Doggone it, second and third, nobody out. That ball should have been caught. Oh, boy. Madison Edwards had it all lined up to catch, and Stantrell Smith called him off and missed it. It should be an error, but they rule it a double for Luis Cotto. Boy, that really, really hurts. Man, oh man. You just can't have that happen at this level. And I know Stantrell feels like crawling into a hole, but he can't do that. He's got to keep his head up and try to make a fantastic play to help get that out of his system. Doggone it. Second and third, nobody out. That ball was an easy catch for Madison Edwards. He pulled up at the last moment because he heard Stantrell Smith calling for it. Now a swing and a tip foul by Daniel Nelson. Second and third, nobody out. There should be a runner at first with 1 out. That was a strange call by Stantrell Smith. He called off Madison Edwards and then tried to make the catch on his backhand side. It hit off his glove for a gift double. Now a deep drive into right. Wren's going back. He can't get it. It's over his head. And the swing lead it. Racing around second, heading to third is Daniel Nelson. He's there with nobody out. Doggone it, this ball club. This ball club will drive you to talk to yourself, have nightmares. Adam Rogers scores. Luis Cotto scores on a triple belted over the head of Jordan Renz. They may charge Jordan with an error. As he mishandled it, it was hit over his head, and the Kernel body language is so low right now. The guys are standing out there with their shoulders drooping, with their chins down. They can't believe what they've done in this inning. They've given up the lead on a 2-run triple over the head of Jordan Renz by Daniel Nelson. Out to the hill comes Kernan Ronan. Brother, you've got to catch that ball when it's hit into the outfield. And the Kernels didn't do it earlier in this inning, and it really has come back to haunt them. Daniel Nelson, with his third triple of the year, belted it over the head of Jordan Renz. Scoring from third, Adam Rogers. Scoring from second, Luis Cotto. And now they swing lead at 3-2. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, runner at third, nobody out. Casey Roulette at the plate. Boy, sometimes I wonder out loud about the competitive drive. Here's a base hit into right, over the head of Marco Albano. Daniel Nelson scores to make it 4-2. Still nobody out. Casey Roulette with the infield in. Single just over the head of Marco Albano into right. And the good part is we're still in the game, trailing only 4-2, and the Swing have 4 hits in a row. A single, a gift double, a 2-run triple, and an RBI single. 4-2 Swing. You just wonder, what are these guys thinking when they go out there sometimes? And man, oh man. Colby Rasmus tripled and scored in the 4th inning. Well, let's look at the positive. We had the lead 2-0 after an inning and a half, and we're still only down by 2 runs, and it's only the 5th inning, so can't get too discouraged about this inning. A beautiful curve from Tommy Mendoza is a strike called to Colby Rasmus. Here's a throw to first, and Roulette is back safely. You can just tell by the Colonel body language out in the field that they are very, very disheartened by what has happened in this inning. The lower 2 in the order got it all started. Here's a high pop foul over the grandstand roof behind home plate. Strike 2. One of the Colonel players is going to take charge in that dugout one of these games and say, okay, guys, you're either with us or you go home or take a seat on the bench. We've got to start playing better baseball. And I don't know which Colonel will take the bull by the horns and do that, but the coaching staff can't do much more than they have to try to inspire these guys, motivate them, teach them, nurture them, encourage them. There's only so much you can do. And then you have to take it upon yourself to have pride in your profession. Rasmus fouls one straight back. The 0-2 to Colby from Tommy Mendoza. Long one into right, down the line. Renz won't get it. It's off the wall for extra bases. Racing towards third and trying to score is Casey Roulette. Here's Renz's throw to second, the wrong base, and it's 5-2. Well, Tommy just hasn't recovered from that misplay in center field. It's that simple. And it's 5-2 Quad Cities here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Colby Rasmus with the 5th hit in a row. Doubles to the right of Jordan Renz off the wall. Rasmus is 2 for 3. And again, I have to reiterate, somebody's going to have to take charge, and I don't know if it's going to be throwing a water cooler down or stomping their feet or bringing the guys together for a players-only meeting, but somebody in that clubhouse has to say enough's enough. The Colonels have right-hander Rafael Cruz warming up in the right field bullpen. 5-2 and nobody out. Quad Cities pulling away from the Colonels here in the 5th inning. A change-up is low to Randy Roth. And there's no doubt, 2/3 of the teams in this league in the first half are better than we are. We can live with that. But you can't live with the slipshod play and the lack of urgency. That's what gets you. Ball 2 is low. Tommy Mendoza was sailing along. Gave up a leadoff single to Adam Rogers here in the 5th inning. Then the Colonel outfielders muffed the fly ball that should have been caught. And the Swing have knocked the door down here in the 5th inning. And Randy Roth on a 2-0 pitch pounds it foul off his foot. It rolls 2/3 of the way up the first base line. Tommy Mendoza saunters over to pick it up. Bottom of the 5th inning, 5-2 Swing. Well, let's keep looking ahead to our baseball camps that start tomorrow for kids ages 7 to 10. The $100 enrollment fee includes a T-shirt, lunch every day, 4 tickets to the Colonel game on the last day of the camp, and a recognition ceremony on the field before that game. You can sign up by calling Seth Dorn right now at 363-3887. 363-3887. Randy Roth smokes one foul into the backstop, strike 2. 5 hits in a row for the Swing here in the 5th inning, and they lead it 5-2. Colby Rasmus at second with nobody out. Randy Roth drove in the swing first run of this game in the last inning with a ground ball out to short. Tommy's delivery, a changeup in the dirt, ball 3. Rafael Cruz will likely come in this 5th inning, not because Tommy's pitched poorly, but because his pitch count is on the rise. You could just see him lose his energy after that ball was misplayed in center. Here's a high fly ball into left. On comes Madison Edwards. He can't get there. It drops for a base hit, the 6th hit in a row. Well, a throw to second, past the second baseman, past Flint Whipke, a run scores, and I have to bite my tongue. We're playing terrible baseball. Now another run scores as the ball goes into the Colonel dugout. Well, whoever that player is, he better step up right now because this ball club is embarrassing itself here this afternoon. Casey Roulette scores from first on the... check that. Colby Rasmus scores from second on the base hit dumped into left by Randy Roth. Now Bobby Magallanes is arguing that Randy Roth, who dumped the single into center, a throw by Madison Edwards got by both Marco Albano and Flint Whipke and went into the Colonel dugout for a throwing error by Madison Edwards. Randy Roth is now being sent back, I believe, to third base. Yes, he's coming back out. He'll stop at third. Another run scores and a 2-base throwing error by Madison Edwards. His throw to second got by Albano and Whipke and went into the Colonel first base dugout. So it's 6-2 swing. Randy Roth at third with nobody out. Infield in for the Colonels. The second session of the Colonel Youth Baseball Camps, June 14th, 15th, and 16th. Those are for girls and boys 11 to 14 years old. A wild pitch, and Randy Roth will score without a play. Randy Roth scores on a wild pitch, and Quad City now leads it 7-2. 7-2 swing, and we need to lift Tommy Mendoza. His heart is sinking. You can just see by his body language. Coming in is Marco Albano to try to lift the spirits of the Colonel right-hander. The scoreboard said 6-2, but it is 7-2. The Swing have scored 6 runs here in the 5th inning, and they lead it 7-2. Ball 2 is upstairs to Bryan Anderson. Well, Rafael Cruz should be called upon at any moment as the bottom has fallen out of everything here in the 5th inning for the Colonels. Here's a deep drive into right center. Stantrell Smith on the run, and Stantrell caught it for the first out of the inning. Outstanding catch in right center by Stantrell Smith. Wish we could have done that about 7 minutes ago, but we'll take the first out of the inning. As Bryan Anderson flies out to deep right center, Stantrell caught it on the warning track for the first out of the inning. Again, the scoreboard says it's 6-2, but my count has it 7-2. Strike one to Jose Martinez. Every batter that reached on a hit this inning is scored. Jose Martinez takes a fastball for strike two. And I think that eruption in the Colonel clubhouse or the Colonel dugout will take place when the Colonels come in after this inning. Here's a ground ball foul outside third. Count remains 0-2 to Jose Martinez. Bottom of the 5th inning, the Swing have struck for 6, and they lead it 7-2. Here's a high pop-up to the mound. Tommy Mendoza in front of the hill calls it, and Tommy makes the play. Jose Martinez has popped out in front of the hill to Tommy Mendoza. 2 away here in the Swing 5th inning. They've scored 6 runs on 6 hits and 1 Colonel error. And I'm not sure which Colonel will be the one to light the fire underneath the troops. I know it's a lot to ask for a peer or a colleague to say, okay, guys, let's play with some pride. Here's a swing and a foul, straight back, strike one. Swing lead it by 5 here in the 5th inning, 7-2. Chad Gabriel is walked and grounded to short. And the pitch is low, 1-1 to Chad. And the Kernels on this sunny Wednesday afternoon are by no means out of this game. Here's a bouncer to third. Dallas Morris has it. On to first to retire the side. Chad Gabriel bounces out to third. The Swings send 9 men to the plate in the 5th inning and overtake the Kernels with 6 runs on 6 hits, 1 Colonel error. Quad Cities leaves the bases empty. They've stranded 3. Kernels come to bat in the top of the 6th inning on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon, and the Swing lead it 7-2. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we're not allowed to do that. What should I do with them?
Cardboard is recyclable. Just cut the boxes up and flatten the pieces. There's some string in the garage that you can bundle the pieces up with. Make sure you use the string, though, not tape.
Okay, I cut the cardboard boxes up, flatten the pieces, and bundle them together with the string. Now what do I do with it?
Just set it out next to the blue curbside recycling box.
Remember, cardboard is not accepted as garbage. Follow the steps you heard carried out by our happy couple and recycle your cardboard.
June is Perennial Gardening Month at Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, and you can start your lasting perennial garden with Peck's vast array of new and all-time perennial favorites. From Peck's selection of quality perennials, you can select the right perennials for your garden or yard, and the plant people at Peck's will be right there to help you do it. Each week during this month of June, Peck's will feature a perennial plant available for a special price. Be sure to look for this week's featured perennial as you stroll through Peck's many acres of plants and flowers. Peck's Flower Shop, Garden Center, Nursery, and Landscaping invites you to join them this month. It's Perennial Gardening Month at Peck's. Join the plant people who have been helping our area grow since 1956. We have a defensive change for the Swing. We have a defensive change. Richard Giannotti has entered the game in right field for Quad Cities, and Casey Roulette is at second base. So the G-Man who visited with us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, Richard Giannotti, takes over in right field here in the 6th inning. Jose Martinez is lifted from the game, and Casey Roulette is now at second base. So Giannotti will bat in the spot that was occupied by Jose Martinez. I think Jose stood at home plate on his pop-up to Tommy Mendoza, and that's a no-no. Here's a ground ball to third, and it's off the glove of Daniel Nelson. That'll be an error on Nelson, his second of the afternoon, and reaching is Dallas Morris. The error is on Daniel Nelson. Dallas broke his bat, and it took an in-between hop, went right off the glove of Daniel Nelson. Daniel retrieved it behind the bag at third in shallow left, and the Kernels have their leadoff man aboard here in the top of the 6th inning, trailing 7-2. Here's Flint Whipke. Whipke hits one high in the air foul. That one will go down into the bleachers section that parallels the left field line. Let me give you that number to call again for registration information or to enroll your daughter or son in either of our 2 youth baseball camps. Again, they're from 9:30 until 12:30. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday for kids ages 7 to 10, and then the 14th, 15th, and 16th for kids ages 11 to 12 or 11 to 14. Swing and a miss by Flint. Your kids will work on basic fundamentals. They'll be taught by the Colonel players and the Colonel coaching staff. And they'll receive a T-shirt, lunch each day, 4 tickets to the Colonel game on the last day of camp, and a recognition ceremony on the field. Ball 1 outside the Flint. You can sign your daughter or son up by calling Seth Dorn. Seth is at the ballpark today, and he could be reached at 363-3887. 363-3887. A throw to first, and Dallas Morris back standing up. One costly misplay by the Kernels, and I think that led to the nightmarish bottom of the 5th inning that saw the Swing collect 6 straight hits and score 6 runs, and they lead it 7-2. Flint Whipke's having a good at bat. He skips one off the top of the gray concrete dugout top of the swing. No advertising on top of the dugouts here. That's very surprising. A light breeze continues to blow from the left field foul pole out towards right center. Flint fouls another one straight back. Is Whipkey ever seen the ball well? Flint started the Colonel 2-run second with a base hit into right. He stole second, scored on an RBI double down the right field line by Mark Trumbo. Morris at first as Whipkey takes low for ball 2. Well, I think the Colonels should be very pleased with the day they've had so far at the plate. They've only struck out 3 times, and we're in the top of the 6th inning. And they've drawn a walk, and they've made Kyle Sedlowski labor a little bit. Here's a double play ball to second, and Roulette to the shortstop one, throw to first in the dirt, and Flint Whipkey reaches on the fielder's choice. Casey Roulette started what should have been a double play on a ground ball to second. Roulette underhanded to Luis Cotto, the shortstop, and then Cotto threw to first in the dirt, and the ball flicked out of the mid of first baseman Randy Roth, and it's a force out at second of Dallas Morris that went second to short. Again, Casey Roulette has moved in from right field to play second, and the G-man, Richard Giannotti, former Colonel, is in right field for the Colonels, or for the Swing. He was with the Colonels all last year, of course. Strike one at the knees to Jordan Renz. Rafael Cruz continues to loosen up in the Colonel right field bullpen. He'll likely come into this game. Jordan swings hard at a breaking pitch and misses. It's 0-2 to the Colonel All-Star, who leads the league in homers with 13. Jordan today has struck out and flown to left. There's a nubber up the third baseline. It may be a base hit. The pitcher gets to it and throws in time. Oh, what an athletic play by Kyle Sedlowski. He had to move quickly off the mound to his right, and up the third baseline, he threw a strike to get Jordan Renz on to second. Goes Flint Whipkey. Jordan thrown out by the pitcher. Sedlowski as Jordan topped one and rolled it up the third baseline. An RBI chance for Mark Trumbo. Mark has an RBI, and he scored in this game. Right-handed hitter. And a fastball misses low and outside. Ball 1 to Mark Trumbo. We'll be right back here tomorrow evening for Game 3 of this 4-game series. And it'll be heard right here in the zone. Mark Trumbo looks at a fastball on the outside corner, and that's strike 1. Want to make sure the gang back at home at Veterans Memorial Stadium knows we're thinking about them on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. Swing and a miss by Mark, strike 2. Seth Dorn, Josh Boots, Ken Franz, Charlie Patrick, Jack Rader, Doug Nelson, Dave Soper, Greta Van Fleet, Jimmy Curran. I know they're all listening. Here's the 1-2 to Mark. Curve, and it's grounded to the left side, deep in the hole, backhanded by Cotto. He throws late. He gets past the first baseman. Flint Whipkey chugs home to cut the swing lead to 7-3. Flint Whipkey scores on a ground ball to deep short. Luis Cotto backhanded it. He should not have tried to throw Trumbo out. It'll be a base hit for Trumbo and a throwing error on the shortstop, Luis Cotto. No RBI as Trumbo holds it first. E6, a throwing error by Cotto. That's the 4th error today by the Swing, and Stantrell Smith is at the plate. It's 7-3 in favor of Quad Cities. Ball one low to Stantrell. Well, the Kernels are going to fight back in this one. At least that's what I think. Led 2-0, now have scored and trail 7-3. A throw to first. Mark Trumbo dives back in safely. Friday night, we'll finish up the series here, and that game will be heard at 6:40 on 1450 KMRY here on the Kernel Radio Network. Fastball downstairs, 2-0 to Stantrell Smith. Swing, lead it by 4. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Stantrell, a right-handed batter, wears a pair of white batting gloves. The 1-0 or the 2-0. Popped in the air, fair ball, right in front of first, and it's caught by Randy Roth. Same place where Randy caught the pop fly off Stantrell's bat in the Kernel 4th inning. Stantrell Smith with an RBI single. Back in the 2nd, pops to first. 1 run in the 6th for the Kernels on 1 hit, 2 swing errors, and the Kernels leave 1, have stranded 4. After 5.5, here at JOD, as they call it, John O'Donnell Stadium, the swing on top of the Kernels, 7-3. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Sylvia, you know that cruise you've always wanted?
Yeah?
Well, there it is.
That would be our house, Bob. Are you feeling all right, dear?
Well, this is so cool. Guarantee Bank will let us use the equity in our home to do just about anything we want. College tuition, a room addition, a cruise, and best of all, the interest may be tax deductible. Now do you see it? Ah, the sun, the waves, the tropical breezes.
Ooh, now I see it. It's a convertible. The sun on my face, the wind in my hair.
See your guarantee banker in Cedar Rapids, Marion, or Hiawatha, and use the equity in your home to do whatever you want, even if it's just to get out of the house.
The feel of the road, the roar of the engine.
The roar of the...
Hey, it's my kind of life. Keep your hands off my Porsche, Bobby boy.
Guarantee Bank.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Consult your tax advisor for interest deductibility. Some restrictions apply.
If you're looking to enhance your property's appearance, function, or value, make the experts at King's Material your most reliable teammate. Retaining walls? You bet. Custom patios? Bingo. Walkways and steps? King's Material says yes. King's Material has all the brick, concrete, and stone elements to make your landscaping, masonry, and architectural projects become a reality. To view the astonishing array of beautiful and innovative products King's Material can bring to your home, yard, or business, visit King's online at kingsmaterial.com.
A new pitcher for the Kernels, lifted for Rafael Cruz, comes in as the Kernels lift Tommy Mendoza. Tommy pitched 5 innings, surrendered 7 runs, I believe 5 earned on 9 hits. The Kernel right-hander struck out 3, and Tommy walked only 1. This call to the Kernel bullpen sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. Rafael Cruz will face the man who got all the trouble started in the 6-run swing 5th inning, Adam Rogers. Adam singled to right in the swing 6-run 5th inning. Rafael Cruz, no record this year. He has a fine ERA, 2.08. The right-hander is making his 10th appearance, and ball 1 has the batter jackknifing out of the way. Right-handed hitting, Adam Rogers out of Rice University. Rafael Cruz in 13 innings has struck out 3, walked only 1, and allowed 16 hits. Rafael's forte is throwing strikes, and a fastball is fisted foul right over our heads behind home plate. Cruz last pitched Sunday in the Burlington 13-4 win over the Kernels. 1 inning pitched on Sunday, no runs, 1 hit, no strikeouts, no walks. Rafael's a delightfully polite and kind young man. Doesn't say much, just goes out and helps the team try to win. Here's a ground ball corked fair past third. Knocked down by Dallas Morris. Long throw to first. And, they call the batter safe. I can't believe that call. Flint Whipke was on the base, and they call the batter safe. I'm pretty sure Bobby Magianos will be thrown out of the game on this one. That was ridiculous. And Bobby will likely be ejected. What a play by Dallas Morris. He threw a strike to Flint Whipke at first, and I can't believe the base umpire called the batter safe. Oh, brother, you can't miss a call like that at this level. Flint was clearly on the base. Oh, brother, and I think Bobby will be thrown out. He has every right to be right in the face of the base umpire. Bobby going jaw to jaw, nose to nose with the base umpire on the grass between the mound and second. And Bobby's not tossed. It is going to be a base hit. Well, we'll wait and see. Yeah, it'll be a base hit for Adam Rogers. A fine play behind third to take a hit away by Dallas Morris. Then his throw to first was right on target. No, you can't give an error on that. You can't give, oh, brother, the official score is given an error. Oh, brother, you can't do that. You can't give an, oh, boy, that's a base hit. We're going to overrule the official score. That's a base hit for Adam Rogers. You can't make a play like that behind third to rob a guy of a hit, then throw the batter out, and the umpire calls him safe. No error on Dallas Morris. Officially there is, but we'll make sure that, well, we can't change the call. It's ruled an error. Shouldn't be, but it is, and so there's a runner at first with nobody out. I'll calm down, and remember what Colonel General Manager Jack Rader talked to me in the offseason about, and that is no matter what happens on the diamond, the sun will shine, and it will shine again tomorrow. I just feel bad for Dallas Morris. They've had to charge him with an error, and they didn't have to. The batter should have been credited with a base hit. Here's a breaking pitch high, and it's 2-1, and I don't want to jump on the official score here. He's doing what, it's his judgment, and I'll back him 100%. Part of the fun of baseball is saying, was that a hit or an error? A hit or an error, and they've charged Dallas with an error, and so be it. End of story. The 2-1, strike two called. What really hurt was the judgment of the base umpire. Flint Whipke was, well, now the official scores had a change of heart, and they've given justly Adam Rogers an infield single. Dallas Morris made a heck of a play behind third to even make a play of it. Here's a ground ball foul, so it is a base hit, justly so, for Adam Rogers. The only error on the play was by the base umpire, and he's entitled to make a mistake. He didn't mean to call the batter safe. He saw it differently, and he heard it from Bobby Magianis, and we play on. Luis Cotto doubled on a misplay in left center by Santrell Smith in the last inning. Here's a double play ball to Dallas. Morris to second, out. Albano to first, double play. It went around the horn, 5-4-3. Luis Cotto wraps into an around-the-horn double play. 2 gone here in the 6th inning. No, you can't jump on official scores. They do the very best they can. And baseball is the toughest game to score because everybody has an opinion about a play. And I want to commend the official scorer here in Davenport. After initially ruling an error on Dallas Morris, I think he took... here's a bouncer past first base. Diving stop by Albano. Marco throws to the pitcher covering for the out. 2 tremendous defensive plays in the inning. Daniel Nelson has a base hit taken away from him as he wrapped one past first. Whipke dove, couldn't get to it. Marco Albano, ranging far to his left, did get to it, and from his knees in shallow right, Marco led the pitcher Rafael Cruz perfectly, and they got the Kernels get the batter Daniel Nelson. And in the 6th inning, no runs for the swing. 1 hit, no Kernel errors, a double play, and Quad City leaves the bases empty. The Kernels come to bat in the top of the 7th inning, and the Swing lead it 7-3. You're enjoying Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Jumpstart your future with learning from Kirkwood Community College. No matter what your age or previous work experience, you have new opportunities as close as your phone. 398-5517. Kirkwood has hundreds of choices for career and technical programs. Kirkwood has financial aid and support options to help you succeed, and Kirkwood has locally based centers to help you balance work, family, and learning. Kirkwood is ready when you're ready. Call Kirkwood Admissions today, 398-5517. Kirkwood, start here, go anywhere.
Convenience and trust, two things all of us want. At Tri-State Travel, we offer both. It's convenient for you to make one call or one visit to our office for all your travel needs. A one-day tour, a cruise, a trip to Branson, to charter a motor coach. For 66 years, Tri-State Travel has been a name you can trust to provide quality products. Come see why you can trust us to provide the convenience you expect. Tri-State Travel, now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Palo, your professional Pekin insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Pekin Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Palo.
Plenty of time in this one to go. Top of the 7th inning, 7-3 in favor of the Swing. The Kernels scored a pair in the 2nd inning to take an early lead behind Tommy Mendoza. Tommy surrendered 1 run in the 4th inning, and then 9 men came to the plate, 6 hits in a row by the Swing in the 5th, and they led it 7-2. The Kernels answered with a run in our last at-bat, the 6th inning, and it's 7-3 Quad Cities as Brett Martinez takes the first pitch downstairs from Kyle Sedlowski. Brett Martinez wraps one past first, fair into the right field corner. Brett is turning towards second as the right fielder, Richard Giannotti, digs it out of the corner, and it's a leadoff double by Brett Martinez. Brett's 2 for 3. Brett Martinez lashes a double over the head of Randy Roth. It was fair by inches down the right field line. And that's Brett's second straight hit. Martinez with his 3rd double of the year. And that's the 7th hit for the Kernels today. Let's see if Marco Albano can advance Martinez over to 3rd. Marco has walked and bounced, or grounded to 3rd base. Bounced on 1 hop it was. Ball 1 high and away. State Farm Insurance agents Brad Dunn, Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, and Gary Schuback bring us our first look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard here from John O'Donnell Stadium. They're in the bottom of the 3rd at Minute Maid Park, and the Astros on top of the Cubs 1-0. There's ball 2, low and away to Marco.
Attendance for tonight's game, 1,038.
This afternoon's attendance, 1,038. And we appreciate that courtesy by the Swing official score. And again, I didn't mean to jump down his throat. It was just a moment of frustration in that last inning. I have great respect for what official scorers do, no matter what ballpark we're in. They do the best they can to call a fair and just game, and for the well, they always do that. Sometimes you're going to disagree with them. Strike 1 to Marco. Now a fastball on the outside corner. Marco thought it was outside, but it's strike 2 to Albano. Later today in the National League, the Pirates and Rockies at Coors Field in Denver. San Francisco will host the Marlins, and it's the Phillies and Diamondbacks in Phoenix. This afternoon in the American League, the Angels, our parent club, will be in St. Petersburg to take on the Devil Rays. Ball. Full count to Marco Albano. Kyle Sedlowski comes set. Payoff pitch. A high drive into deep right. Richard Giannotti will catch it. Brett Martinez will tag and advance to 3rd. And what a great piece of hitting by Marco Albano. Marco gets Martinez to 3rd with a deep fly to right. And Marco Albano will be congratulated in the Colonel first base dugout. Boy, it's good to see the fundamentals executed like that. Now Heinle Stacia with a fly ball, ground ball, or base hit could cut the Swing lead to 3. There's some stirring now in the Swing bullpen. A right-hander has started to throw. Heinle Stacia, 0 for 3 today, lifts the first pitch foul off to the left, strike 1. The right-hander for Quad Cities is Scott Vanderweg. Scott Vanderweg is warming up for Quad Cities. Vanderweg is from Lamar University down in Texas. Heinle Stacia lays off a fastball from Sidlowski outside, ball one. 7-3 swing. We're in the top of the seventh. Kernels have Brett Martinez at third with only one out. And a trip to the mound by the catcher, Bryan Anderson. Our baseball fun fact will come your way when the swing bats in the bottom of this seventh inning. And it has to do with Mark McGuire's 70th home run back in 1998 at Busch Stadium. The 1-1 to Stacia, high and away, ball two. Father's Day brunch, Sunday the 18th of June. It starts at 10 o'clock at the ballpark, 10 until 1 o'clock. Heinle drills one into the left center field gap. On the run is Chad Gabriel. He can't get it. It's over his head. Extra bases for Stacia, who's digging for second with an RBI double to chase home Brett Martinez. And the Kernels are clawing their way back into this one. It's now a 7-4 game in favor of the swing. Heinle Stacia thrashes his team-high 17th double into the left center field alley over the head of Chad Gabriel, who went speeding to his left but could not reach up and get a glove on it. RBI number 12 on the year for Heinle Stacia, and it's now a 7-4 lead for the swing. Stacia with his team-high 17th double of the year. And we're going to have a pitching change. Kyle Sidlowski, who's making his third start against the Kernels this year, is being lifted here in the top of the seventh. He gets a big round of applause from the 1,038 on hand. Kyle Sidlowski goes 6 1/3. And in 6 1/3 innings, the right-hander has given the Kernels 4 runs on 8 hits. Kyle struck out 3. And Sidlowski walked only 1. Scott Vanderweg, V-A-N-D-E-R, capital W-E-G, a 6'3", 215-pound right-hander, 33rd draft pick, 33rd round pick by the Cardinals last year out of Lamar University, takes over on the hill for the swing. Heinle Stacia's at second with only one out, and it's 7-4 Quad Cities. Scott Vanderweg, 2-1 this year with 7 saves. A 3.86 earned run average. In 30 1/3 innings, Vanderweg has allowed 29 hits. He struck out 21 in 30 1/3, walked 12, the league hitting 248 against right-hander Scott Vanderweg. And he'll face Madison Edwards, who's 1 for 3 today. Madison singled his first time up. We're in the top of the seventh inning on this beautiful Wednesday sunny afternoon. Big white, billowy, cotton-like ball clouds above. The Mississippi River serves as the backdrop just beyond the outfield wall here at John O'Donnell. Ball one, a fastball high and away to Madison Edwards. In addition to the Father's Day brunch at the ballpark on Sunday, June 18th, Principal Financial Family Fun Fest on the parking lot starting at 11 o'clock in the morning. Madison hits a towering pop-up into foul ground. The third baseman overran it, then Daniel Nelson shifted directions, came back towards the third baseline, and caught it in front of the swing third base dugout. Madison Edwards has fouled out to third. 2 away here in the Colonel seventh inning. Swing lead at 7-4. Here's Dallas Morris. Boy, Daniel Nelson almost misplayed that foul pop, but he was able to shift directions, having overrun it and caught it halfway up the third baseline in foul ground. Fastball upstairs from right-hander Scott Vanderweg, ball one, to Dallas Morris. Vanderweg working from the stretch, 2 gone. Heinley Stacia has a big lead at second for the Kernels. A 1-0 to Dallas. Fastball outside corner, strike one. That Principal Financial Family Fun Fest on Father's Day includes a traveling minor league museum, 20 baseball-themed attractions, an Xbox 360 Home Run Derby video game trailer, batting and pitching cages, a steel home bungee run, side-by-side giant slide. Come on out. Meet me at the stadium for the Father's Day game and the brunch Sunday, June 18th. There's a slider low and outside, and it's 2-1 to Dallas Morris. I still like our chances this afternoon, trailing 7-4 here in the top of the 7th inning. The sun has disappeared for just a moment behind one of the high billowing clouds. Breaking pitch to Morris evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Heinley Stacia at second. Scott Vanderweg checks Heinley and pitches to Morris, and a tap underneath the pitcher's glove. Dallas may beat it out. The second baseman throws to first, throws wild. Dallas is safe, and trotting home to make it a 2-run game is Heinley Stacia. It's 7-5 in favor of the swing. How about Dallas Morris? He tapped one underneath the glove of Scott Vanderweg, and Casey Roulette charged it. Threw off balance, should have not made a play, but he threw low underneath the glove of Randy Roth, and that's an error by Casey Roulette, a throwing error. I'm not sure whether they'll give Dallas Morris a hit or not. They may not. But a run scores. There goes Dallas. A pitch inside, the throw to second. Morris steals the base. The throw in the dirt. Backing up the play at second, Luis Cotto. Dallas Morris steals second, and he's in scoring position for Flint Whipkey. Well, the Kernels are only down by a pair now. Here in the top of the 7th inning, it's 7-5 Quad Cities. A stolen base by Morris, his 6th of the year, and now if Flint Whipkey can come through, it'll be a 1-run game. Flint pops it foul off to the right, strike one. And I think the official scorers made a good ruling. He has not given Dallas Morris a base hit. He has ruled it an error all the way. Could have gone either way. They could have given Dallas an infield single, but I think his thinking, if the throw would have been on line, they might have had Dallas Morris. I'm not sure of that, but doesn't matter. Here's a ground ball on one hop, snagged by Scott Vanderweg, and he throws out Flint Whipkey. It went pitcher to first base, but the Kernels are battling back. They scored 2 runs here in the top of the 7th on a pair of doubles. 1 swing error, their 5th of the day. By my count, that's 5 errors committed by Quad Cities. The Kernels leave a runner aboard and have stranded 5. We'll have our baseball fun fact for you in the bottom of the 7th inning as we head there. It's now Quad Cities leading the Kernels 7-5. And you're listening to Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none, South Slope Cooperative Communications.
Get ready for summer and beat high gas prices with a pre-owned vehicle from Randy Keel Honda. Their inventory is jam-packed with fuel-efficient vehicles designed to save you money. Get an economical sedan for your daily commute, or indulge your sporty side with a high-performance coupe. Randy Kill Honda carries a large selection of Honda certified pre-owned vehicles, backed by a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive warranty and 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Need to haul the entire family? For a limited time, you can get special financing on Honda certified pre-owned Odyssey. Whatever your driving needs, Randy Kill Honda has the vehicle for you. Visit Randy Kill Honda on Centerpoint Road Northeast or online at randykill.com. Randy Kill Honda, where they treat you right.
We have a scoring change, I believe, in the Colonel 2-run 7th inning. They have awarded Dallas Morris with a base hit and a throwing error by second baseman Casey Roulette. Allowed Flint Whipkey to score, or allowed Heinle Stacia to score from second base. And even though the scoreboard says the Swing have committed 4 errors, I think they've made 5. Swinging at the first pitch to open up the Quad City 7th and fouling it down the left field line into the Quad City bullpen for strike 1 is Casey Roulette. 3 Kernels hustled after it, Morris, Stacia, and Edwards. 7-5 Quad Cities were in the bottom of the 7th inning. Our baseball fun fact focuses on the astronomical amount of money that a Washington University scientist by the name of Philip Orzerski paid, or no, he didn't pay, how much he got in an auction for Mark McGwire's 70th home run ball. And whoever has it, well, I know who has it. His name is Todd McFarland. I wonder if he wishes he now has any second thoughts about the money he ponied up. Here's a high pop foul. Dallas Morris calls for it, and in foul ground, Dallas has it. Casey Roulette fouls out the third, 1 away here in the Swing, 7th inning. Colonels trail 7-5. Mark McGwire's 70th home run ball, the subject of our baseball fun fact. It was retrieved by Washington University, that's Washington University in St. Louis, scientist Philip Orzerski in a suite at the Old Busch Stadium, September 28, 1998. January 12, 1999, a auction firm by the name of Guernsey's. Here's a ground ball, diving effort by Flint Whipkey. He can't get it, but Marco Albano shuffles to his left, gloves, and throws to the pitcher, Rafael Cruz, and there are 2 away. 2 away here in the Swing 7th as Colby Rasmus wraps out to second. It went 4-1. Guernsey's auction house had an auction in the theater at Madison Square Garden, and the auction opened at $500,000 for Mark McGwire's 70th home run ball. Todd McFarland bid $2.7 million. Ball went inside, and that was enough to buy Mark McGwire's 70th home run ball. $2.7 million. And that purchase by Todd McFarland dwarfed prices paid for other historic home run baseballs. Here's a shot foul into the Swing left field bullpen. Off the bat of Randy Roth, who's 2 for 3 with a pair of runs driven in today. Sammy Sosa's 66th home run ball went for $150,000. The first home run ball hit at Yankee Stadium in 1923 by Babe Ruth fetched $126,500 in an auction. But Philip Orzerski, who was making $30,000 as a lab scientist at Washington University, got $2.7 million. A ground ball fair over the third base bag. Long throw across the diamond by Dallas Morris, and Randy Roth is out, and that ends the Swing 7th inning. 1-2-3-0 across. Rafael Cruz keeps the Kernels right on the tail of the Swing by retiring the Quad City Ball Club in order in the home half of the 7th. We go to the top of the 8th inning here at John O'Donnell, and the Swing lead the Kernels 7-5. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Every day we use products that come to us in plastics. Milk jugs, water bottles, laundry detergent, ice cream. These are just a few of the hundreds, thousands of products that benefit from plastics. But once you're done using them, what do you do with them? Recycle. It takes no more energy to put that plastic in your blue recycling box rather than the trash. But what it does save is landfill space and natural resources. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It's just that easy. This message brought to you by Solid Waste and Recycling Services.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. You know, Hometown Restyling has served Eastern Iowans since 1986, providing the very finest in windows, siding, and sunrooms. Their experienced staff can handle the job from start to finish, including plans, permits, and inspections. Plus, Hometown Restyling is nationally recognized by Professional Remodeler, Qualified Remodeler, and Remodeling magazines. Call Hometown Restyling for your next remodeling project, or better yet, visit one of our beautiful showrooms in Hiawatha or Coralville. Hometown Restyling, because there's no place like home.
Technology pervades every aspect of our daily lives. This remarkable age we live in has a machine or a computer to meet almost all of our needs. But you won't find a technological device that can provide you with the personal attention for something as important as insurance. Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha, is trained on all insurance matters, including how much coverage is enough coverage. For personal attention to all of your insurance needs, see the insurance professionals at Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha.
After 7 here at John O'Donnell Stadium, 7 runs, 10 hits, 4 errors is what the scoreboard says for the swing. 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error committed by the Kernels. John Mykrit, a Midwest League All-Star selection for the West, tied for the league lead in appearances. This is his 25th outing, is on the hill in the 8th inning. John Mykrit is 2-1 with 2 saves, a 3.07 ERA. In 29 1/3, he's allowed only 17 hits, struck out 28 batters in 29 1/3, walked 10. John Mykrit, the second relief pitcher used by the swing. Scott Vanderweg pitched 2/3 of an inning and gave the Kernels no runs on 1 hit, struck out none, walked none. And Jordan Renz tips the first pitch foul from John Mykrit. M-I-K-R-U-T from Northwestern in Evanston, a Big Tenor. Was a position player during his time as a Wildcat. He works from the stretch, and his slider is downstairs. Ball 1 to Jordan Renz, 1-1. Well, getting back to the final portion of our baseball fun fact, $2.7 million paid by Todd McFarland for Mark McGuire's 70th home run ball. The beneficiary was Philip Orzerski, O-Z-E-R-S-K-Y, of St. Louis, and here's what he decided to do with the $2.7 million. Ball 3 low to Renz. He invested some of it, gave some to his parents, donated some to the American Cancer Society, donated some to the Cardinals Community Foundation Cardinals Care, and donated some to the Leukemia Society of America. Jordan Renz whacks a 3-1 pitch into left field for a leadoff single. Renz is aboard with his first hit of the day, and the Kernels have their 10th hit of the afternoon. We pulled even with the swing in that department, the hit department. A 3-1 delivery by Mykrit, and Renz hit it hard through the left side of the swing infield into left field for a leadoff single. Here's Mark Trumbo. Throw to first, and Jordan's back standing up. Top of the 8th inning, 7-5 Quad Cities. The Swing have a right-hander up in their bullpen. Swing and a miss by Mark Trumbo, strike 1. And the right-hander is Bryan Stitt, who pitched last night. This is the 10th meeting between our two ball clubs, and the Swing has won 5 of 9, including 3 shutout wins. Quad Cities' pitching staff has a 2.20 ERA against us this year. 2.20 in 9 games. A throw to first, and Jordan Renz is back. Kernels batting .234 as a team, tied for 13th in the 14-team Midwest League. Kernels are 3rd in the league in home runs with 36 and lead the league in steals. Renz not running, and ball 1 low and away to Trumbo. PRC's Community Care is proud to support the communities where their employees live and work, and PRC's Community Care donates $25 for every Kernel home run hit this year to the Haycap Food Reservoir in their Home Runs for the Hungry campaign. The Kernel team total of 36 home runs means that PRC's Community Care has donated $900 to the Haycap Food Reservoir. PRC, the former Access Direct in Cedar Rapids, have thrown to first, and Renz is back standing up. Jordan with the leadoff single here in the 8th inning. Mark Trumbo takes low and away, a slider, ball 2 from John Mykrit. The swing record at home 11-17, but on the road, Quad Cities is 16-12. They've won 7 of their last 8. There's a fastball over but low, and it's 3-1 to Mark Trumbo. The swing with their extra inning win last night are 5-5 in extra innings. The Kernels slipped to 2-7 in extra innings. A throw to first, and Renz back standing up. 7-5 in favor of Quad Cities with 1 on, nobody out here in the Kernel 8th inning. And a strike at the knees, a fastball, clocked at 88 miles an hour according to the speed pitch indicator. John Mykrit from Northwestern is a tall right-hander. 6'3", 195. The runner goes, and Trumbo bashes a pitch foul off the shin guards of the catcher. The Kernel equipment manager, who's in uniform today, hustles onto the field of play, retrieves that baseball. Jordan Renz goes back to first. $2.7 million, and that doesn't count the 15% commission to the auction house at Madison Square Garden in 1999. 15% means that Mark McGuire 70th home run baseball actually cost $3 million. And a fellow named Todd McFarland bought it. He also bought Sammy Sosa's 66th home run baseball from the 1998 season. Here's a looper into right. It's a base hit, and it may go to the wall. It will. Jordan Renz is speeding toward third. The relay throw could get Jordan. Here's the relay to the plate. Renz is out at the plate. He pulls over the catcher, who hangs on. I believe, yes, he did, and the catcher's hurt. Jordan Renz out at the plate on a relay from the right fielder to Casey Roulette. To catcher Bryan Anderson, Renz lowered his left shoulder and rammed right over the catcher. A fair play, and the catcher Bryan Anderson is injured. Down to second goes Mark Trumbo. And Renz was out at the plate. That really hurts. Jordan was out by plenty. He had no choice but to lower the boom on the catcher, and the play went right fielder Giannotti to Roulette, the second baseman, to the plate, and Bryan Anderson's up, and he gets a big, loud cheer from this crowd. Mark Trumbo doubles. He's at second with 1 out. Jordan Renz, sent by Bobby Magallanes, was out by 10 feet at the plate. Otherwise, the Kernels would have runners at second and third with nobody out, but the Angel style of baseball is to run no matter what. The count, score, situation, you run and try to score. Credit Jordan Renz with trying to do his best to knock the ball out of the glove of the catcher, Bryan Anderson. Jordan using some of that football prowess that he had in high school. And it looks like Bryan Anderson will be able to stay in the game. Jordan Renz thrown out on a double by Mark Trumbo. Trumbo's third hit of the day. Mark slashed it into the right center field alley. Richard Giannotti, the former Colonel, hit the cutoff man. Casey Roulette at second. Roulette threw a one-hop strike home to Bryan Anderson. Bryan had the ball waiting for Jordan Renz, who lowered his shoulder and crashed into the catcher. And now here comes a relief pitcher in for the swing as John Mykrit is lifted. Brian Stitt will take over here in the 8th inning. Mykrit goes 1/3 of an inning. He surrenders no runs so far on 2 hits. The Kernels have out-hit the swing 11-10, but trail the game 7-5. No strikeouts for Mykrit, and he didn't walk a man. Brian Stitt, S-T-I-T-T, will take over as the swing go to their bullpen for the third time. We lost that runner at the plate, didn't we? Well, we do that a lot, and we've had to learn to accept it as part of the parent club philosophy of running no matter what the situation. Credit the swing with a perfect relay. Giannotti to the second baseman, Roulette to the plate, and Jordan Renz was out by plenty. He sure tried to light a fire under the Kernels by bowling over the catcher, Anderson. Jordan stepped on the plate after bowling over the catcher, hoping that Anderson would have lost the handle, but he did not. And Mark Trumbo is at second with only one out here in the top of the eighth inning. The Kernels have sure mounted a charge here, having relinquished a 2-0 lead early on. Trailed 7-2. It's now 7-5. And Renz tried to score to make it 7-6, but he was out at the plate. Bryan Stitt, 0-2 on the year with 6 saves, 2.77 ERA. Stitt is making his 12th appearance out of the swing bullpen. And Bryan Stitt, old for this league. The right-hander was taken by Seattle in the 10th round back in 2002. Bryan's not that old for this league. He's 23. Will be 24 later this summer. Stantrell Smith at the plate. Stantrell will try to drive home Trumbo to make it a one-run game. Look out, a pitch up and in, and Stantrell is sent sprawling. The pitch hit his bat, carry him to the Colonel on deck circle. Strike one on Stantrell Smith. Now a changeup and a swing and a miss from Bryan Stitt. Stitt pitched 2 scoreless innings last night. No runs, no hits, 1 strikeout, no walks. 7-5 Quad Cities. Mark Trumbo leading away at second. Stitt comes set. The 0-2 to Stantrell is a changeup in the dirt for ball 1. Bryan Stitt recorded 16 saves for the Timber Rattlers back in 2004. Was 2-10 as a Wisconsin pitcher with a 4.63 ERA. Pitched last year for Inland Empire in the California League in just 15 games. Ball 2 low and away from Bryan Stitt. 0-2 with 6 saves. Boy, the Colonel offense has been fun to watch this afternoon. Here's a drive foul off the end of the bat into the first base stands. Top of the 8th inning, Mark Trumbo at second. 1 away. Stantrell bounces it to third. Daniel Nelson looks the runner back to second, throws in the dirt, but it's dug out by Randy Roth. Randy saved a wild throw. Mark Trumbo had to hold it second as Stantrell Smith chops out to third for the second out here in the Colonel 8th inning. Boy, that would have been something if Daniel Nelson would have thrown it away. The scoreboard says the Swing have committed 4 errors. I still think they had to charge the second baseman, Casey Roulette, with an error on Dallas Morris's ground ball past the mound back in the 7th, because had the throw been good from Roulette, Stacia would not have scored all the way from second. But we won't worry about that right now. Brett Martinez, trying for his 3rd hit of the day, fouls one straight back, strike 1 to Brett.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Well, we didn't want you to hear that at this point. We'll hear that message from the Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling Agency after this Colonel 8th inning. A swing and a miss with a pitch in the dirt. It's a wild pitch, hustling over to third with 2 out is Mark Trumbo. Brian Stitt has Brett Martinez in the hole 0-2, but he wild pitches Mark Trumbo to third. Brett, a right-handed batter, doubled and scored in the Colonel 2-run seventh inning. Now Stitt steps off the mound, or off the hill, rather. Bryan, a right-hander from Indian River Community College down in Florida. Ball one in the dirt to Brett Martinez. Kernels are fighting hard again this afternoon. Had one bad inning and are trying to make up for it. Top of the eighth inning, 2 gone. Trumbo at third, and a 1-2 count on the Colonel catcher, Brett Martinez. Catcher Anderson sets up outside. The pitch is upstairs, ball 2. The swing crowd behind home plate wanted a strike 3 called on Brett, but the pitch was high. Now ball 3 outside to Brett Martinez. Only 6 folks are enjoying the game on the grass slope seating berm in left field this afternoon. I'm really surprised with this nice of weather that the swing have not drawn better here today. I'm really surprised at that. Ball 4, what an at-bat for Brett Martinez, who reaches for the 3rd time in a row. Brett walks, it's 1st and 3rd, 2 out for Marco Albano. Marco batting with runners at the corners. Brian Anderson, the catcher, goes out to talk it over with Brian Stitt, the right-hander. Starter Kyle Sadlowski for Quad Cities went 6 1/3 today. Allowed 5 runs. I believe only 3 earned on 8 hits. Struck out 3, walked 1. Tommy Mendoza went 5 innings for the Kernels. Surrendered 7 runs. I believe only 5 earned on 9 hits. Tommy struck out 3 and walked 1. Marco Albano walked in the 2nd. Grounded to 3rd, leading off the 5th, and flew out to right in the 7th. His fly ball helped advance a runner from 2nd to 3rd. Brett Martinez, a nubber off the pitcher's glove, past the second baseman into shallow right. Trumbo scores to make it a 1-run game. Holding at third, the tying run, Brett Martinez. Marco Albano put the ball in play, nubbed it off the pitcher's glove. It then ricocheted to the second base position where Casey Roulette could not get a glove on it. It rolled into shallow right, and Trumbo scores to make it 7-6 Quad Cities. Brett Martinez goes from 1st to 3rd. Marco Albano has reached on what will be ruled an infield single. It went off the pitcher's glove, past 2nd, into right field. And Marco Albano is credited with his 7th RBI of the year. And the tying runs at 3rd now with 2 out. And Heinle Stacia at the plate. Well, how about the Kernels? They've come back to make it a 1-run game and have the tying run at 3rd, go-ahead run at 1st. Stacia lines one foul into the swing left field bullpen, strike 1 on Heinle. Brett Martinez went all the way to 3rd with 2 out on the base hit off the pitcher's glove, past 2nd by Marco Albano. And the Kernels with 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 1 so far here in the 8th. Strike 2 call to Heinle Stacia. He's not happy with the plate umpire. Strike 2 to Heinle. The swing may pitch out on this one. I think they suspect a 2-out squeeze. Now Brian Anderson comes out of his catching crouch and looks into the Quad Cities third base dugout. Martinez at 3rd, the tying run. Albano at 1st, 7-6 swing here in the 8th inning. A throw to 1st, and Marco dives back in head first. Well, the Kernels were up 2-0, then trailing 7-2, and they've come back to make it a 7-6 game. A dozen hits for the Kernels today. Throw to 1st, and Albano scampers back standing up. Heinley Stacia doubled in a run and scored in the 7th inning. He's the Colonel leadoff hitter. Switch hitter batting left. And Stitt steps off the rubber and looks Martinez to third and Albano back to first. I still think we're going to win this game today. Whether it be this rally in the 8th continuing, 9th inning, extra innings, I still think the Kernels are going to fight back and take this one. Albano running and a looper into left, a base hit. We're tied 7-7. Marco Albano round second but holds on. Heinley Stacia loops an RBI single into left field to tie the game here in the 8th inning. How about Heinley Stacia? He comes through on an 0-2 pitch, loops a base hit into left. Marco Albano went to second as Brett Martinez scored the game-tying run. We're tied here in the 8th inning, 7-7. Wow. Heinley Stacia with a base hit softly into left, drives home Brett Martinez with the second run of the inning, and it's a 7-7 game. Wow. All the credit in the world to the Kernels. They could have stopped playing hard. They could have started to feel sorry for themselves. They could have said we're snake bit. They could have said we're just not capable. They said none of those things. Here's a bouncer to first. Randy Roth has it, and Madison Edwards, first pitch swinging, bounces out to first to end the inning. In the 8th inning for the Kernels, 2 runs on 4 hits. There were no swing errors, a man thrown out at the plate, and the Kernels leave a pair and stranded 7. Here we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Kernels with 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, have come all the way back from a 7-2 hole to tie Quad Cities. After 7.5, Colonel 7, Swing 7. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we're not allowed to do that. What should I do with them?
Cardboard is recyclable. Just cut the boxes up and flatten the pieces. There's some string in the garage that you can bundle the pieces up with. Make sure you use the string, though, not tape.
Okay, I cut the cardboard boxes up, flatten the pieces, and bundle them together with the string. Now what do I do with it?
Just set it out next to the blue curbside recycling box.
Remember, cardboard is not accepted as garbage. Follow the steps you heard carried out by our happy couple and recycle your cardboard.
We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Kernels have out hit the swing 13-10 and have come all the way back from a 7-2 deficit to tie the swing. A 2-out RBI single by Heinley Stacia scored Brett Martinez in the Colonel 2-run 8th inning. And, well, we've seen the moments of despair earlier this afternoon when the Swing scored 6 runs on 6 hits in the 5th inning, and I think justifiably kind of jumped on the ball club for what looked like lackluster and unfocused play. But we also said at that time that there was a long way to go and that the Kernels were capable of mounting a rally, and they sure have done that here so far this afternoon. 7-7 the score. Rafael Cruz has retired 5 straight swing batters. He'll face Bryan Anderson. Richard Giannotti, who now has his name on the back of his uniform, didn't last night in his swing debut, and Chad Gabriel. Bryan Anderson took quite a blow from Jordan Renz as he held the ball on a double by Mark Trumbo in that Colonel 2-run 8th inning. Anderson 1 for 3 today, doubled in the 4th inning. Rafael Cruz's first pitch is fouled away to the left, strike 1. Richard Giannotti, who took over in right field with Casey Roulette going to second base in the 6th inning, is standing on deck for Quad Cities. Richard was our guest on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show today. A ground ball over the first base bag. Foul ball. I thought it hit the base, but it must not have. A foul ball. Flint Whipke was all set to field it. It hit something because it took a funny hop past Flint and the base umpire, who's taken quite a bit of guff Well, now Keith Mitchell is asking, did that ball hit first base? Keith Mitchell, marching down the third baseline, is going to ask the plate umpire, why didn't you call that? Well, the base umpire is only 30 feet behind the bag, and it's his call. Keith Mitchell, and I thought the ball was hit off first base, and if it is, it's a fair ball. Keith Mitchell now has some choice words for the base umpire. And you can hear Todd Brummelkamp all the way up here saying it's your call. Todd's soaking in the rays in the second row behind the first base dugout. Here's a line shot into left. Madison Edwards coming on, and Madison makes a sliding catch. Oh, a sinking rope slashed into left by Bryan Anderson. Madison Edwards froze for a few seconds. Then Madison had to streak in, and he made a diving, running catch, falling to his knees to take a hit away from Bryan Anderson. One away here in the 8th inning. 7-7 the score. Richard Giannotti drew a leadoff walk in the top of the 12th last night and scored on a 2-run homer by Casey Roulette. Richard, a switch hitter, fouls one back, strike one. The G-man was 0 for 4 in his Quad City debut last night. Richard Giannotti batting for the first time in the spot occupied by Jose Martinez, who was lifted in the 6th inning. Richard grounds one sharply to second. Backhanded by Albano. Marco taps it into his glove and throws in time to get Richard Giannotti. Richard is grounded out to second. There are 2 gone here in the swing 8th inning, and that is now 7 in a row retired by Rafael Cruz. Rafael Cruz has set down 7 straight swing hitters, and that's no small feat. The swing batting .272 in this ballpark. Overall, they're batting .261. Second best offensive team in the league, Quad Cities. Chad Gabriel is nothing for 2 today, and he swings and misses, strike one. Gabriel walked in the second, was balked to second by Tommy Mendoza. Since then, he's grounded to short and grounded to third. Rafael Cruz with the pitch, and it's bounced foul into the outstretched arms of the swing manager, who whips it up into the stands. I don't think Keith Mitchell meant to throw it quite that hard, underhanded, but he provides a memento for the fan above the swing third base dugout who caught it. Bases empty, 2 gone, as Rafael Cruz pitches, and he jams the batter, and Chad Gabriel fights it off and fouls it into the swing left field bullpen. Gorgeous sunny Wednesday afternoon here in Davenport. Game 2 of this 4-game series between the Kernels and Swing. 7-7 to score with the bases empty and 2 away. Here's a high pop-up behind second. Can anybody get there? No. Stantrell Smith comes on, and it drops in front of Stantrell, beyond the reach of both Stacia and Albano, and a Texas League single by Chad Gabriel puts the go-ahead run at first with 2 out here in Quad City's 8th inning. That was a cheap hit, but it again reinforces the value of at least putting the ball in play. Chad Gabriel has the 11th hit of the day, only the second off Colonel relief pitcher Rafael Cruz, who is in his 3rd full inning of relief. The Colonels have a right-hander up in their bullpen, Ryan Aldridge. Simon Williams is going to pinch run for the Swing. Simon Williams will take over in left field in the top of the 9th inning. Simon Williams pinch running for Gabriel at first base. Simon's not running, and here's a high pop-up into shallow left. Heinley Stacia drifts out about 10 feet into the grass and left. Adam Rogers is retired on a pop fly to shallow left. Heinley Stacia caught it. So the pinch runner, Simon Williams, didn't have a chance to do anything. He'll go to left field in the top of the 9th inning. Rafael Cruz with 3 shutout innings, and the Kernels have caught the Swing. No runs for Quad Cities in the 8th. 1 hit. There were no Colonel errors. Quad Cities leaves a runner aboard, just their fourth stranded of the afternoon. We go to the top of the ninth inning. It's the Kernels and Swing tied 7-7. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we're not allowed to do that. What should I do with them?
Cardboard is recyclable. Just cut the boxes up and flatten the pieces. There's some string in the garage that you can bundle the pieces up with. Make sure you use the string, though, not tape.
Okay, I cut the cardboard boxes up, flatten the pieces, and bundle them together with the string. Now what do I do with it?
Just set it out next to the blue curbside recycling box.
Remember, cardboard is not accepted as garbage. Follow the steps you heard carried out by our happy couple and recycle your cardboard.
We move to the top of the ninth inning here at John O'Donnell Stadium. Bryan Stitt will remain on the hill. The Kernels tied the game with 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning, and those runs were charged. Well, let's see. 1 run was charged to John Mikrit, and 1 run was charged to Bryan Stitt in this 7-7 ball game. We begin an 8-game homestand Saturday night that will take us right up until the All-Star break. Bank of the West will sponsor a fireworks show after the game on Saturday night. And as I said earlier, those fireworks shows on Saturday night have become really the talk of the town and outlying communities. Fireworks continue to be the most popular promotion in minor league baseball. And you can join us on Saturday evening by calling our ticket office and signing up now for your tickets, purchasing them on the phone, 896-7560, 896-7560, or you can log on to our website at www.kernels.com. My goodness, I went right down the hall earlier this afternoon, and I forgot Andy Pantini, and I think I forgot someone else as far as wishing everyone well and a great Wednesday afternoon. Andy, I know you're working hard as usual at your desk in the office. Our technology and graphics director, Andy Pantini. I may have forgotten you in my roll call. Hello, Andy, but I know that you're tuned in as well this afternoon. Andy helped us get everything set up on the Internet so that you can enjoy Kernel Baseball, both in the zone on KMRY and on Kernels.com. Dallas Morris punches the first pitch foul outside the left field line on the ground. Strike 1. Dallas has an RBI this afternoon. 1 for 4. Morris lines it back and hits the pitcher in the face or arm. It's a base hit for Dallas Morris. I think it hit Stitt in the left arm. Ooh, he's conscious. He's all right as far as being able to maintain consciousness. A line drive by Dallas Morris right back to the box struck Bryan Stitt rare. They're looking at him behind the mound. Ooh, Brian Eversgerd is there. The swing trainer is there. Brian Anderson is there. Keith Mitchell hasn't come out yet. He will. A line shot knocked the glove right off of Bryan Stitt. Thank goodness it hit him in the left hand and not the face. When Dallas Morris first zapped that one back through the middle, I thought it hit Bryan Stitt square in the face. It did not. And we're going to have a prolonged delay. I believe Brian Eversgerd, the pitching coach, former Cardinal, has signaled to the swing bullpen, and a right-hander will start to throw, Jason Cairns. Bryan Stitt will likely be lifted from this game after taking a line shot. The ball ricocheted all the way to the first baseline, and Bryan Stitt is lifted from this game. And I think the ball hit him in the right or left hand. Thank goodness it didn't hit him in the face like I initially thought it did. Bryan Stitt goes 2/3 of an inning. And in 2/3 of an inning, Stitt is allowed 1 run on 1, 2, 3 hits. The Kernels have now out-hit the swing 14-11. Bryan Stitt struck out none. He walked 1. And Jason Cairns, Cairns, takes over on the hill for the swing. Dallas Morris with a vicious bullet a shot right back to the mound, and it was knocked down by Bryan Stitt with, I believe, his right or left hand. I really couldn't tell. It stunned Stitt. It knocked his glove off, and he kind of wandered around aimlessly before ending up back of the mound. Jason Cairns, C-A-I-R-N-S, is on in relief for the Swing. He is their fourth relief pitcher used this afternoon in this 7-7 game. And Cairns will have as much time as he needs to get loose. 7-7 our score, top of the ninth inning. Jason Cairns is 1-1 and lost 2. This is his 21st appearance, a 4.57 ERA. Cairns has 2 saves. He's surrendered 26 hits in 21 2/3 innings, struck out 14 in 21 2/3, walked 10. Jason Cairns is now on the hill for Quad Cities. We've told you about the homestand opener on Saturday night, Bank of the West fireworks night. The gates open at 6. The game starts at 7. Bark in the Park Day at the stadium is this Sunday, June 11th. The gates open at 1 o'clock for a 2 o'clock game that will feature the famous Sky Dogs. Their master is Rockin' Ray, and you'll see things you never dreamed that dogs could do. I didn't know dogs could jump rope. I didn't know they could pick up a bat and take it to the umpire. I didn't know they could catch Frisbees in the air. Those are just, I'm not giving away the show, those are just a few of the many, many tricks and stunts that the dogs are trained to do by their master, Rockin' Ray. You can bring your dog to the ballpark on Sunday. It's Bark at the Park. There'll be a special section, the lawn section, for you to sit in and pet your dog and take care of it. Now Keith Mitchell is sprinting out of the Swing dugout to talk it over with Jason Cairns, 6'4", 220-pound right-hander. Mitchell calls all of his infielders together. Flint Whitke may be called upon to try to bunt, or the Kernels may play hit and run. Here in the top of the ninth inning, the Kernels led this game early 2-0, then fell behind when the Swing scored a run in the fourth and 6 in the fifth, fell behind 7-2. But the Kernels rallied for a single run in the sixth, 2 in the seventh, 2 in the eighth, and here we are in the top of the ninth inning with the go-ahead run at first and nobody out. Flint Whitke after that long delay to allow Jason Cairns to get loose. A bouncer to second could be a double play. Throw to second out, throw to first. Double play. Oh, brother, double play. Morris was not running. Flint bounced it to second. Roulette near the bag, underhanded it to Luis Cotto. Cotto threw on to first for the double play. Base is empty now. It went 4-6-3. Base is empty. 2 away here in the Colonel ninth inning. Here's Jordan Renz. One pitch by Jason Cairns, and he gets a double play. I thought we'd be bunting or have Dallas Morris running. But we didn't, and the result was the double play. Ball one outside to Jordan Renz. 7-7 the score here in the top of the ninth inning. Swing and a miss by Jordan on a high fastball that tied him up in knots. State Farm Major League scoreboard, they're already in the top of the 7th at Minute Maid Park, and the Cubs trail Houston 1-0. Now ball 2 downstairs from the Swing right-hander to Jordan Renz. Jordan's 1 for 4 today. He got the Colonel 2-run 7th started with a single into left field. Strike 2 called on the outside corner. The 2-2 to Renz. Change up, low and outside. Good for Jordan. He's been susceptible to that pitch the last, most of the year. But not now. He laid off of it to run the count full. Swing and a miss on a fastball. A leadoff single by Morris, but the Colonels hit into a double play. Jordan strikes out. No runs in the top of the ninth inning. 1 hit. There were no swing errors. The Colonels leave nobody aboard. Let's see if we can send this one into extra innings this afternoon. We go to the bottom of the ninth. It's the Colonels and Swing knotted at 7 apiece. And you're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Sylvia, you know that cruise you've always wanted?
Yeah?
Well, there it is.
That would be our house, Bob. Are you feeling all right, dear?
Well, this is so cool. Guaranteed Bank will let us use the equity in our home to do just about anything we want. College tuition, a room addition, a cruise, and best of all, the interest may be tax deductible. Now, do you see it? Ah, the sun, the waves, the tropical breezes.
Ooh, now I see it. It's a convertible. The sun on my face, the wind in my hair.
See your guaranteed banker in Cedar Rapids, Marion, or Hiawatha, and use the equity in your home to do whatever you want, even if it's just to get out of the house.
Feel the road, the roar of the engine.
The roar of the...
Hey, it's my kind of life. Keep your hands off my Porsche, Bobby boy.
Guaranteed Bank.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Consult your tax advisor for interest deductibility. Some restrictions apply.
If you're looking to enhance your property's appearance, function, or value, make the experts at King's Materials your most reliable teammate. Retaining walls? You bet. Custom patios? Bingo. Walkways and steps? King's Material says yes. King's Material has all the brick, concrete, and some elements to make your landscaping, masonry, and architectural projects become a reality. To view the astonishing array of beautiful and innovative products King's Material can bring to your home, yard, or business, visit King's online at kingsmaterial.com.
We go to the bottom of the ninth inning here in Davenport, a 7-7 game. And Ryan Aldridge answers the U.S. Cellular call to the bullpen. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. What a sensational relief performance by right-hander Rafael Cruz. He came on in the sixth inning in relief of Tommy Mendoza, the Kernels starter, hurled 3 shutout innings at the swing, allowed no runs, 2 hits, struck out none, walked none. And leading off for Quad City is Luis Cotto. Ball one high from Ryan Aldridge. Kernels have out hit the swing 14-11, and we're tied 7-7 as we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Number 9 hitter Luis Cotto, 1 for 3 today. Takes a fastball for a strike on the outside corner. Ryan Aldridge saved Friday night's Kernel 4-2 win at home against Burlington. Also had a save Wednesday night when the Kernels won in Clinton. There's a foul off to the right, and it's 1-2 to Cotto. Ryan Aldridge, 22-year-old right-hander, 17th round pick last year by the Angels out of Middle Georgia College. Ryan's a super young man, very quiet, very, very unassuming, but terrific person. 1-2 is his record with 11 saves. Aldridge is on for the 24th time this season. He leads the Kernels in appearances. And he strikes out Cotto looking to start the ninth inning. Luis Cotto's gone on a strike at the knees. 1 away here in the bottom of the ninth inning. 7-7 the score. Kernels got a leadoff single from Dallas Morris in the top of this ninth inning, and I thought we were ready to score a run or two, but on the first pitch from reliever Jason Cairns got the next Kernel hitter to bounce into a double play. On a bouncer near the bag at second, it was fielded by Casey Roulette. Ball one high to Daniel Nelson. Daniel tripled in a pair of runs and scored himself in the swing big 6-run fifth inning. That one inning did us in as far as relinquishing the lead. We led 2-1 going into the fifth inning. Strike one on the outside corner to Nelson, but what a great deal of resiliency and spunk shown by the Kernels as they fought back to tie this game. Here's a high pop foul into the bleachers section down the left side. 1-2 to Daniel Nelson. Kernel front office staff members Jessica Ferguson and Andrea Murphy still enjoying the action, both wearing pink shirts behind the Kernel first base dugout. They're in the front row. Ryan Aldridge ahead of Daniel Nelson, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Breaking pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Ryan Aldridge has fanned the first 2 here in the bottom of the ninth inning. And now the batter is Casey Roulette.
Now that goal fielder, number 1, Casey Roulette.
Roulette, a right-handed hitter. Pops it in the air to straightaway center. Stantrell Smith stands underneath it. Now backpedals a few steps and makes the catch. Casey Roulette, first pitch swinging, flies to center. Ryan Aldridge with a 1-2-3, bottom of the ninth inning. We go to the top of the 10th, our second extra inning game in a row here in Davenport, and it's the Kernels 7, Quad Cities 7. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Jumpstart your future with learning from Kirkwood Community College. No matter what your age or previous work experience, you have new opportunities as close as your phone. 398-5517. Kirkwood has hundreds of choices for career and technical programs. Kirkwood has financial aid and support options to help you succeed, and Kirkwood has locally based centers to help you balance work, family, and learning. Kirkwood is ready when you're ready. Call Kirkwood Admissions today. 398-5517. Kirkwood. Start here, go anywhere.
Convenience and trust, two things all of us want. At Tri-State Travel, we offer both. It's convenient for you to make one call or one visit to our office for all your travel needs. A one-day tour, a cruise, a trip to Branson, to charter a motor coach. For 66 years, Tri-State Travel has been a name you can trust to provide quality products. Come see why you can trust us to provide the convenience you expect. Tri-State Travel now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Palo, your professional Pekin insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Pekin Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Palo.
Quad City is playing their fourth extra inning game in their last 6. We go to the top of the 10th, 7-7 our score. Kernels led early on, 2-0, but the swing scored 1 in the 4th, 6 in the 5th to take a 7-2 lead. Kernels fought back with 1 in the 6th. Here's a line drive into right. Coming on is Giannotti, and Richard dives and makes the catch. Mark Trumbo made a bid for his 4th hit of the day, but he was robbed by Richard Giannotti, who came in and dove for that slicing liner and caught it. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the Kernel 10th inning. Here's Stantrell Smith. Stantrell facing right-hander Jason Cairns here in the top of the 10th inning. 7-7 the score. Stantrell with a straightaway stance, and strike 1 on the outside corner to Smith. So this is the 4th extra inning game played in by the Swing in their last 6. They've won 2 of the 3 extra inning games, including last night's in 12 innings, 2-0. Swing and a foul by Stantrell, strike 2. 7-7 our score here in the 10th inning. Scott Unash is standing by in the zone, thinking that this game should have been over long ago. Here's a ground ball to short. Luis Cotto throws out Stantrell Smith. 2 gone here in the Kernel 10th inning. Quad Cities played 10 extra inning games. They're 5-5. This is our 10th extra inning game. We're 2-7. Brett Martinez doubled and scored in the 7th inning, walked and scored the game tying run in the 8th inning. Let's get something started here with 2 outs against Jason Cairns, who misses outside. Ball 1 to Brett. Ball 1 low. I know Jack Rader, our general manager, is probably saying, John, you haven't talked about Reggie yet. Reggie is a premier entertainment act, a mascot. A bouncer back to the hill, gloved by big Jason Cairns, who tosses out Brett Martinez. The Kernels go in order in the top of the 10th inning. First time we've gone in order since, now wait a minute, since the 5th inning. The Kernels retired in order for the first time since the 5th inning. Reggie will appear on our next homestand on Friday, June 16th. And if you heard or saw Bird Zirk at the ballpark this past Sunday, let me tell you, Reggie's equally as entertaining and equally as worth the trip to the ballpark. Reggie, one of the great acts touring minor league ballparks, Friday, June 16th. Call for your tickets, 896-7560. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning here in Davenport. The Kernels 7, the Swing 7. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make us succeed. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Get ready for summer and beat high gas prices with a pre-owned vehicle from Randy Kuehl Honda. Their inventory is jam-packed with fuel-efficient vehicles designed to save you money. Get an economical sedan for your daily commute, or indulge your sporty side with a high-performance coupe. Randy Kuehl Honda carries a large selection of Honda certified pre-owned vehicles, backed by a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive warranty and 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Need to haul the entire family? For a limited time, you can get special financing on Honda certified pre-owned Odyssey. Whatever your driving needs, Randy Kuehl Honda has the vehicle for you. Visit Randy Kuehl Honda on Centerpoint Road Northeast or online at randykuehl.com. Randy Kuehl Honda, where they treat you right.
Colby Rasmus will lead off here in the bottom of the 10th for the Swing in a 7-7 game. You're enjoying it right here in the zone. ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids. Rasmus, a left-handed batter, and Ryan Aldridge, who retired the side in order in the 9th to help send it to the 10th, delivers a strike on the outside corner to Colby. Colby Rasmus, 2 for 4 today with a triple and an RBI double. He scored twice, and he falls behind 0-2 as Ryan Aldridge challenged him with a fastball upstairs, and Colby fouled it straight back. 7-7 our score here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Ball one just missed low to Colby Rasmus. Jumping out of the way. Rasmus, Roth, and Anderson, all starters for the Western Division in the Midwest League Mid-June Classic here on June 21st. Rasmus pops one foul. There may be a play for Dallas Morris. There is! Dallas scurries over to the 1. Rasmus's foul pop. One gone here in the bottom of the 10th inning in a 7-7 game. State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, Brad Dunn, and Gary Schubat sponsor our look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. A slider is a strike called to Randy Roth. One away here in the bottom of the 10th inning. 7-7 score. A curveball hits Randy Roth in the helmet, and he's stunned. He is holding his head. That was a breaking pitch, and it hit Roth in the helmet. The ball caromed all the way up to Steve Dillard, the first base coach. The last thing Ryan Aldridge wanted to do was hit Randy Roth, but he hit him square in the noggin, and I don't know if Randy Roth will be able to stay in this game. Thank goodness, now he takes off his batting helmet. That was a breaking pitch that got away from Ryan Aldridge. No harm intended. And now the swing trainer looking Randy Roth between the eyes outside the dirt batting circle. Here comes Keith Mitchell down the third baseline. And Randy Roth, or a pinch runner, will go to first base as the winning run here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Randy Roth will stay in the game. State Farm Major League scoreboard this afternoon in Houston. They're in the top of the 8th, and the Astros are ahead of the Cubs 1-0. At Coors Field in Denver, the Rockies are crushing Pittsburgh in the bottom of the third, 9-2. They're underway at AT&T Park in San Francisco in the bottom of the second. The Giants lead Florida 1-0. Not underway yet in St. Petersburg. Our parent club, the Angels, play the Devil Rays today. And this afternoon in Phoenix, it's the Diamondbacks hosting Philadelphia. Ball one high and outside to Bryan Anderson. Kernel outfield plays deep to try to prevent a game-winning extra base hit. Here's a shot into shallow left, and it falls in front of Madison Edwards. I just said the Kernel outfield was playing deep, and Bryan Anderson loops a single in front of Edwards, and now the Swing have the winning run at second with only one out, and Richard Giannotti at the plate. Richard drew the leadoff walk, and the Colonel pitching coach Kernan Ronan, pitcher Ryan Aldridge, and catcher Flint Whipke, or Brett Martinez rather, sponsored by Mercy Medical Center. You owe it to yourself and the people who love you to find out what your risk of heart disease is with a $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy Medical Center. It's quick, easy, and convenient. It could save your life. To schedule your heart-to-heart screening, call Mercy 398-6821, 398-6821. Richard Giannotti at the plate. Takes a strike on the outside corner at the knees. A hit batter and a single in the left have the Swing threatening to win this game here in the bottom of the 10th. Giannotti fouls one straight back, and Ryan Aldridge is ahead of Richard 0-2. Simon Williams is on deck. He hasn't batted yet today. Simon Williams, who came in as a pinch runner in the 8th inning. What Kernels have to get Giannotti. Richard swings and misses and hurdles the bat just above the Colonel first base dugout. And Richard Giannotti has struck out. Andrea Murphy is breathing a sigh of relief as Richard Giannotti hurdled his bat towards the Colonel first base dugout. And now Simon Williams will bat for the first time. Winning run at second. 2 out, bottom of the 10th inning for Simon Williams, a right-handed batter. Strike one to Simon Williams. Simon, a right-handed batter. Swings and misses on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. The scoreboard says 0-1. So that's what we'll go with. I thought he swung and missed at the first pitch. Bottom of the 10th, Randy Roth, the winning run at second. Ryan Aldridge with the 0-1. A wild pitch, and now the winning run goes to third. Wild pitch, no chance for Brett Martinez. Second and third. 2 out here in the 10th inning. That wild pitch makes things a little bit tougher for the Kernels now. Simon Williams, batting for the first time, is trying to make the Swing a winner now. Ryan Aldridge has other thoughts. He's trying to send us into the 11th inning. Swing and a miss! Ryan does it! The count was 1-2. Ryan Aldridge fans Simon Williams, and the Swing cannot score the game-winning run here in the 10th inning. No runs for Quad Cities. One hit, a hit batter, a wild pitch, no Colonel errors. The Swing leave a pair. They've stranded 6. We go to the top of the 11th, and it's the Colonels and Swing tied 7-7. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Every day we use products that come to us in plastics. Milk jugs, water bottles, laundry detergent, ice cream. These are just a few of the hundreds, thousands of products that benefit from plastics. But once you're done using them, what do you do with them? Recycle. It takes no more energy to put that plastic in your blue recycling box rather than the trash. But what it does save is landfill space and natural resources. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It's just that easy. This message brought to you by Solid Waste and Recycling Services.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. You know, Hometown Restyling has served Eastern Iowans since 1986, providing the very finest in windows, siding, and sunrooms. Their experienced staff can handle the job from start to finish, including plans, permits, and inspections. Plus, Hometown Restyling is nationally recognized by Professional Remodeler, Qualified Remodeler, and Remodeling magazines. Call Hometown Restyling for your next remodeling project, or better yet, visit one of our beautiful showrooms in Hiawatha or Coralville. Hometown Restyling, because there's no place like home.
Technology pervades every aspect of our daily lives. This remarkable age we live in has a machine or a computer to meet almost all of our needs. But you won't find a technological device that can provide you with the personal attention for something as important as insurance. Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha, is trained on all insurance matters, including how much coverage is enough coverage. For personal attention to all of your insurance needs, see the insurance professionals at Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha.
Jason Cairns worked a 1-2-3 10th inning in his first inning. Actually, he got 3 outs in the 9th inning, so he's retired 6 in a row. Came on for Bryan Stitt after Dallas Morris ripped a single right back to the hill, striking the right-hander Stitt somewhere in the left or right hand. But then Cairns got a double play, a strikeout, set the Kernels down in order in the 11th. Marco Albano is likely to try to bunt his way on here in the top of the 11th. Ball 1 low and away. The reason I say that is Daniel Nelson is guarding the line, and he's 8 feet back of the bag at third. Jason Cairns, the tall right-hander, with the next one, and Marco fouls it off to the right. Jason Cairns is on for the 4th time in relief against our ball club this year. He's pitched 3 innings, given up 2 runs, 1 earned on 3 hits, and this is his 3rd full inning of relief. Marco Albano bounces it past the mound, up the middle, and the shortstop has it and throws out Marco. Luis Cotto throws out Albano, 1 away here in the Colonel 11th inning, 7-7 our score. I sure enjoyed a weekend this winter, right before the Winter, well, it was the opening weekend of the Winter Olympics, so that was probably the 2nd or 3rd, I think it was the 2nd weekend in February, maybe the 1st weekend in February. I drove here to the Quad Cities and did a lot of sightseeing. Strike 1 to Heinley Stacia. Heinley's had a great day in the field and at the plate. He fouls one straight back, strike 2. Stacia doubled in a run, scored in the 7th, and then drove home the game-tying run in the 8th inning. And that's where we are now, tied 7-7 here in the 11th. 1 away, bases empty, the 0-2. In the dirt, ball 1. And during my weekend visit here in the Quad Cities, I was able to go to the Rock Island Armory. And they had more different firearms on display in the museum than I've ever seen. Ball 2 downstairs to the Colonel All-Star shortstop, Heinley Stacia. Leads the Colonels with 17 doubles. Heinley, a .283 batter. Ooh, fouls one off his foot. That one dribbles just to the right of home plate, and Heinley walks out of the dirt batting circle. Looks like he's recovered in pretty good shape. But that Rock Island Armory and all the military buildings on the island are a throwback. They're sandstone buildings, one after another. Swing and a miss on a changeup in the dirt. Brian Anderson throws to first to complete the strikeout of Heinley. 2 gone here in the Colonel 11th inning. 7-7 our score. There's a Confederate cemetery on the grounds of the Rock Island Armory that I enjoyed learning about. I think it's a real tourist attraction, but since the War on Terror broke out, the Chamber of Commerce here hasn't really gone out of its way to advertise that you can visit Rock Island Armory because it's a security risk. Madison Edwards takes a strike, now swings and fouls one back, 0-2 to Madison. 7-7. We're in the top of the 11th inning. Quad Cities won it last night in the 12th inning, 2-0. Madison is 1 for 5 on the day. Left-handed batter. Ball one low from right-hander Jason Cairns. He's trying to retire his 9th Kernel in a row. 14 hits for the Kernels today, 12 for the Swing. The 1-2 to Madison is low and in, ball 2. Maybe the Kernels can get a 2-out rally started here in the 11th inning. And we're out to try to break a 4-game losing streak that started Saturday at home against Burlington. There's a fastball inside. It's 3-2 now to Madison. Edwards in 28 games, batting .155, no home runs, 2 RBIs. Cairns pay off. Up and away, ball 4. The first base runner to reach against Jason Cairns is Madison Edwards, who was in the hole. 0-2, but walks to bring up Dallas Morris. Well, whether you're a history buff or a military aficionado, whatever your interest, I really think you'd enjoy a drive here down to the Quad Cities to visit the Rock Island Armory. As I said, I really thought it was fascinating. I spent about 3 hours there. They have a gift shop with lots of military regalia and memorabilia that was really neat. Dallas Morris lays off a pitch low, ball 1 from Jason Cairns. This is Cairns' 3rd inning of work. And he's the 4th relief pitcher used by Quad Cities. A throw to first. Madison Edwards scoots back standing up. Jason Cairns is from Central Michigan University. Cardinal 8th round pick last year. Pitched in 22 games here for the Swing a year ago. 0-3 with 8 saves. He was the Swing closer. Throw to first, and Madison Edwards back again, safely standing up. Morris lifts it into straightaway center for Colby Rasmus. That'll end the inning. Colby doesn't move a step and hauls it in for the final out of the 11th. No runs for the Kernels in the 11th. No hits, a walk. There weren't any swing errors. The Kernels leave 1 and have stranded 8. And after 10.5 on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon, the Kernels and Swing are tied 7-7. And you're enjoying Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Step up to the plate this summer and nominate your favorite Cedar Rapids Kernel for the Rockwell Collins Fans Choice Award. Every time you catch a Kernels game, fill out a Fans Choice ballot to recognize the efforts of your favorite ball player. Then drop the ballot in the designated box at the souvenir stand. During the season's final homestand, Rockwell Collins will present the Fans Choice Trophy to the player with the most votes and make a donation to that player's favorite charity. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Kernels, teammates working for a better community.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
You've worked hard, and you're finally your own boss. As a business owner, you may not want to hear the word liability, but it comes with the territory. Smart business owners protect their investments with a business owner's policy from Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha. Neighbor Insurance Services can show you how to secure the right amount of protection for your business at affordable rates. Your business is important. See Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha for business owners insurance.
Chris Howell answers a U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen. Ryan Aldridge was terrific in 2 innings. 2 innings pitched, no runs, 1 hit. Ryan struck out 4 in 2 innings and walked none. He hit a batter. Adam Rogers is first up to face Chris Howell, and Chris's first pitch is in for strike 1 called. Rogers The number 8 hitter, a right-handed batter, 2 for 4 today. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning, and we're tied 7-7. A foul off to the right, and Chris Howell is ahead. No balls, 2 strikes. This call to the Colonel Bullpen sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. Ball 1 in the dirt, wasted by Chris Howell. So it's been Rafael Cruz, 3 innings of shutout relief. Ryan Aldridge blanked the swing over his 2 innings. Quad Cities hasn't scored since their 6-run 5th inning. Swing and a foul straight back by Adam Rogers. Last night, the Kernels went 9 innings, their last 9 at-bats without a base runner. 27 up, 27 down by 3 swing pitchers in their 2-0 12-inning triumph. Howell's curve is a ground ball base hit into left. And the Swing have their 13th hit of the day, and they have the winning run at first with nobody out here in the 12th inning. Dallas Morris was guarding the line at third, and had he been playing in his normal position to prevent a double, he'd have fielded that one, but that's the trade-off when you play that kind of prevent defense. Chris Howell coming off 4 shutout innings in the Colonel 13-4 loss, or 4 good innings in the Colonel 13-4 loss. On Sunday, a bunt. Howell picks it up, throws to second, wild off the glove of Stacia into center, and it's going to be second and third, nobody out. Second and third, nobody out. Chris Howell heaved his throw, which would have been in time to get Adam Rogers. He threw it in the dirt off the glove of Stacia, and the winning run goes to third. He's there with nobody out. E1, a sacrifice for Luis Cotto, and a throwing error by Chris Howell. He threw it into the dirt, and now it's second and third, nobody out here in the bottom of the 11th inning for Quad Cities. That error by Colonel pitcher Chris Howell, our second error of the day. All right, Quad Cities has a great chance to win it here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Second and third, nobody out for Daniel Nelson, and Chris Howell's going to walk him on purpose. Ball 1 almost went over the plate. Chris Howell made a very good decision to throw to second. The only unfortunate part is he threw it in the dirt. It flicked off the mid of Heinley Stacia, went into center field. It allowed Adam Rogers to go from first to third, and Luis Cotto, the batter, went to second. Here's ball 3 to Daniel Nelson. Bases loaded, nobody out for Quad Cities. First, though, the next pitch has to be successfully, there it is, ball 4. Bases loaded for Casey Roulette. He won it last night in the 12th inning with a 2-run homer. Chris Howell pitched 4 innings on Sunday, allowed 2 runs on 3 hits, struck out none, walked none. Here comes Kernan Ronan out to the hill. Kernan will talk it over with the Colonel infielders and Chris Howell on what to do with Casey Roulette at the plate here in the bottom of the 11th inning. We're going to get to the point where if we go to extra innings, we're going to say, isn't there another way we can decide this game? How about a coin flip? How about a game of, you know how you used to pick up sides with a bat, putting your hands one over top of the other on the bat and seeing whose was on the top? We'd sure fare better if we did it that way than actually playing extra innings. We just haven't been able to play well so far in extra innings this season. Don't put it beyond Chris Howell, though, to get out of this mess. Bases loaded, nobody out. Casey Roulette at the plate. First pitch, instead Howell steps off the rubber, looks each runner back to their respective bases. Kernels have out-hit the Swing 14-13. But the Swing have the bases loaded with nobody out here in the 11th. Breaking pitch, a strike called from Chris Howell. Chris on for the 19th time out of the Colonel bullpen. 1 win, 3 losses, 2 saves. A 4.22 ERA. Roulette swings and misses on a changeup. Strike 2. Yes, sir, the Kernels could get out of this jam. Winning run at third, Adam Rogers. He singled to start the inning on a 1-2 pitch. The 0-2 from Howell. In the dirt, game-saving stop by Brett Martinez. Now Roulette jackknifes out of the way of a pitch inside. It's 2-2. Rogers, the winning run at third. Colonel infield in for the play at the plate in this 7-7 game. Ball 3 is high. And now the count is full. So the pressure mounts a bit on Chris Howell. He has to throw a strike now to prevent the swing from scoring the winning run. Here's the payoff pitch. Ball 4. Kernels can't believe it, and the swing win it. Howell peering in at the umpire. Quad City wins it on a walk, and the Kernels can't believe it. Chris Howell walks in the winning run. The Kernels are in utter amazement as they lose another one in extra innings. It was 0-2, and Chris Howell on a 3-2 pitch walks home the winning run. Quad City wins it here today in 11 innings, 4-3. In the 11th inning, 1 run for the swing on 1 hit, 2 walks, 1 Colonel error. Quad Cities leaves the bases loaded. They stranded 9, but for the second straight game, the swing win it in extra innings today by the final score of 8-7. The Colonels stood there in utter disbelief when the plate umpire ruled that 3-2 pitch ball 4 to the batter, Casey Roulette. So Roulette drives in the winning run today, just as he did yesterday. Casey Roulette draws a bases-loaded walk and forces in the walk, forced in the winning run. The Kernels out-hit the swing 14-13, but lose in 11 innings today, 8-7. Totals, highlights, and more next on the Colonel Curtain Call here on the Colonel Radio Network.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper,
Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a chicken mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more.
I'm a pepper.
You know it. With 22 flavors mixed into one bold taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Your home is a place for savoring all the good things in life. It's a place for celebrations. It's a place where memories are created. To make sure your home is properly insured, visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion, your professional Pekin insurance agency. Sheets Forest Draper will give you all important details about homeowners insurance with complete coverages and surprisingly affordable rates. Visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion for homeowners insurance for your well-lived and well-loved home.
It's time for the Colonel's Curtain Call. Now, with a game recap, a complete look at the State Farm scoreboard, and a look ahead to upcoming action, let's rejoin the voice of the Colonel, John Rogers.
Well, the Kernels are to be commended for fighting their way back and sending this one into extra innings, but another extra inning loss, and the Kernels have not fared well in extra innings. They've lost 8 of 10 in extra innings this season. The swing of the Quad Cities win it in 11 innings. A bases-loaded walk on a disputed call on a 3-2 pitch. Casey Roulette took the pitch for the Colonels, stood out on the field for a good 15 seconds waiting for the plate umpire to call Roulette out. He didn't, and that was the difference as Quad City won it 8-7. The swing have won 8 of their last 9. The Colonels have lost 5 straight and now are 26-34 in the first half. That's hard to believe. Welcome back to John O'Donnell Stadium on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. The Kernels struck for 2 runs early today and had a 2-0 lead. Flint Whipke in the second inning singled off Kyle Sedlowski, stole second, and after Wren struck out, Mark Trumbo doubled down the right field line. Flint scored to make it 1-0 Kernels. Trumbo then scored on a base hit into left by Stantrell Smith. The left fielder, Chad Gabriel, overran it. Stantrell wound up taking second, and Stantrell Smith's RBI single chased home Trumbo. Mark had 3 hits today, 3 of the Colonel 14, and that gave the Colonels a 2-0 lead. In the bottom of the 4th inning, Quad City scored a run, a leadoff triple by Colby Rasmus off Tommy Mendoza, and then Rasmus scored on a bouncing ball out to shortstop. Rasmus scored as Randy Roth drove him home, and that made it a 2-1 game. The pivotal play in the game came in the bottom of the 5th inning. The swing sent 9 men to the plate and scored 6 runs to take a 7-2 lead. Adam Rogers led off with a single to right. Luis Cotto then lifted one into left center. Madison Edwards was on the run. At the last second, Madison slammed on the brakes. He was called off by Stantrell Smith. Stantrell misplayed it into a double, and the swing were off and running. There should have been a runner at first with 1 out, but that misplay between the Colonel outfielders resulted in the collapse of Tommy Mendoza. With runners at second and third, the next batter, Daniel Nelson, drilled a 2-run triple over the head of Renz to make it a 3-2 lead for the swing. Casey Roulette singled home Nelson to make it 4-2. Colby Rasmus doubled into right center to make it 5-2. And then Randy Roth singled into left. A misplay by Madison Edwards, a wild throw, allowed Colby Rasmus to score to make it 6-2, and then a wild pitch by Tommy Mendoza permitted Randy Roth to score the 6th run of the 5th inning, and the swing looked to have an insurmountable 7-2 lead after 5 innings. The Colonels didn't quit today. They scored a run in the 6th inning, an unearned run, a couple of errors by Daniel Nelson and the shortstop Luis Cotto, and the Colonels scored a run in the 6th inning to make it 7-3. Then the Colonels scored a pair in the 7th inning to make it 7-5, scored 2 more in the 8th inning to tie the game 7-7. Thought the Colonels were going to get the break they needed in the top of the 9th as Dallas Morris ripped a single off the right hand of Bryan Stitt, the relief pitcher, but the next hurler in, Jason Cairns, got Flint Whipke to hit into a double play, and then Cairns retired the side in order in the 10th, gave up a 2-out walk to Edwards in the 11th, and we went to the bottom of the 11th, it tied 7-7. This is after Rafael Cruz, in relief of Tommy Mendoza, spun 3 shutout innings out of the Colonel bullpen. Ryan Aldridge struck out 4 in his 2 scoreless innings. A leadoff single by Adam Rogers on a 2-strike pitch in the 11th, and then a sacrifice bunt that Chris Howell threw to second. He threw in time, but he threw low in the dirt, and that was the really the key defensive second defensive lapse by the Colonels this afternoon. On to third went the winning run, Adam Rogers. Cotto wound up at second, and in the bottom of the 11th, Daniel Nelson walked to load the bases. And after Casey Roulette was in the hole 0-2, the count went full, and that's when it appeared that Chris Howell threw a strike. The Colonels stood stunned out on the diamond and waited for the plate umpire to call Roulette out. He never did. Roulette trotted home, Rogers trotted home with the unearned run, and the swing went at 8-7. Well, it's back to the drawing board for Game 3 tomorrow. All you can do is keep playing hard as the swing scored. All 8 of their runs were earned. It was an earned run in the 11th inning, and they win it. Despite being out-hit 14-13, the swing win it in 11, 8-7. Here's the final line score. For Quad City, 8 runs, 13 hits, 4 errors. They left 9. The Colonels, 7 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors. We stranded 8. Winning pitcher, Jason Cairns. He's 2-2. Colonel loser, Chris Howell, 1-4. The game took in 11 innings, 3 hours and 24 minutes. 1,038 were here to see it. We'll be back in just a moment with our PRC play of the game. Again, in 11 innings, the swing win at 8-7. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. Do your citizenship take to 714? You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared as Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for real Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta.
Back with the Colonel Curtain Call on this magnificent Wednesday afternoon in Davenport. The Kernels battle back from a 7-2 hole and wind up bowing to the swing in 11, 8-7. PRC is proud to present our PRC Play of the Game. If you're looking for a career opportunity with a company with a great heart, check out PRC, the former Access Direct, online at www.prcnet.com. Trailing 7-2, the Colonels scored an unearned run in the 6th inning to make it 7-3. And in the 7th inning, got RBIs from Heinley Stacia and Dallas Morris to make it 7-5. Here's what unfolded in the 8th inning. Wren singled. Trumbo then collected his third hit of the day, doubling into right, and a relay throw from Giannotti to the second baseman Roulette to the catcher Anderson resulted in a booming collision as Jordan Renz lowered the boom on the catcher Bryan Anderson, bowled over him. Anderson held the ball, though, and Jordan Renz was out at the plate for the first out of the 8th inning. In came All-Star John Mykrit, and in came Brian Stitt. He got Santrell Smith to bounce out to third, but then Wild pitched Trumbo to third. Brett Martinez with a great at-bat walked with 2 out. First and third, remember the Colonels still trailed 7-5. Marco Albano singled off Stitt's glove, past second into right, and that scored the first run of the inning. Trumbo scored from third to make it 7-6. Brett Martinez with 2 out went all the way to third. Heinley Stacia at the plate in the top of the 8th inning, 7-6 swing. Here's our PRC Play of the Game. Win this game today, whether it be this rally in the 8th continuing, 9th inning, extra innings, I still think the Colonels are going to fight back and take this one. Albano running and a looper into left, a base hit. We're tied 7-7. Marco Albano round second, but holds on. Loops an RBI single into left field to tie the game here in the 8th inning. How about Heinley Stacia? He comes through on an 0-2 pitch, loops a base hit into left. Marco Albano went to second as Brett Martinez scored the game-tying run. We're tied here in the 8th inning, 7-7. That was a remarkable comeback by the Colonels. 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. And the swing won it on a bases-loaded disputed walk in the bottom of the 11th, 8-7. Our PRC Play of the Game, Heinley Stacia's 2-out single on an 0-2 pitch that scored Brett Martinez in the Colonel 2-run 8th inning. Brought to you, our Colonel Play of the Game, by PRC. PRC has a benefit package known as Life Essentials. It includes a casual dress code, flexible schedule, medical, dental, vision, and pet insurance, and a 401k retirement savings plan. In 11 innings, Quad City wins it today, 8-7. We'll return in just a moment with a look at the afternoon action on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard here on the Colonel Curtain Call.
The hottest feature in beautiful Veterans Memorial Stadium is the coolest place. It's the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. How can you and your friends relax and splash it up from the most coveted spot at the ballpark? Simply register at Center Point in Westdale Mall and listen. If you're selected as the winner, you'll enjoy the ultimate entertainment experience. AquaJet Stream Comfort atop the left field wall in the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. Brought to you by Westdale Mall and by Whirling Waters. Your chance to splash it up.
We're back at John O'Donnell Stadium where the Colonels have dropped their 5th in a row. Quad Cities playing their 4th extra inning game in their last 6. They've won 3 of the 4. The first 2 in this series last night in 12 innings, 2-0. This afternoon in 11 innings, 8-7. Quad Cities won 8 of their last 9 games. They're now within a game of 500. Thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Brad Dunn, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubat, and Al Shetler, we can now take a look at all the afternoon action on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, plus a look ahead at this evening's schedule. With the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, here's Colonel Director of Media Relations, Todd Brummelkamp.
Well, thank you, John. The Houston Astros awaiting the arrival of Roger Clemens, still a month off. 1-0 winners today in Houston over the Chicago Cubs. Sean Marshall falling to 3-4 for the Northsiders in that one. A game still underway at Slugfest at Coors Field. It's Colorado 11, Pittsburgh 3. That game is in the top of the 5th, although Pittsburgh has runners on 1st and 2nd, and they've already scored once in the 5th inning. Florida on top of San Francisco 2-1 in the Bay Area. That game is in the top of the 5th inning. One American League game in progress. It's our parent club, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, scoreless at Tampa Bay through 1.5. Games later on this evening. Actually, this afternoon, Philadelphia is at Arizona. Washington will take on Atlanta this evening. San Diego still in Milwaukee facing the Brewers. Cincinnati takes on St. Louis at the New Busch Stadium, and the Mets are at Chavez Ravine. American League games yet to get underway. These are all evening games. Toronto at Baltimore, former Lansing Lugnut Casey Jansen on the mound for the Blue Jays. Oakland is at Cleveland. The Boston Red Sox take on the New York Yankees in the house that Ruth built. Detroit is on the south side of Chicago to take on the White Sox. Texas is at Kansas City, and Minnesota at Safeco Field in Seattle. That's a look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard and schedule this evening.
Todd, thank you so much. It was sponsored by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubat, and Brad Dunn. The Kernels still have a chance to break even in this series, but we'll have to win Game 3 tomorrow night. It'll be right here in the zone at 6:40 with the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. And then Friday night, we're back on KMRY for the series finale. That one also a South Slope Communications Triple Play Show time of 6:40. Well, we're going to continue to accentuate the positive. The Kernels led 2-0, then fell behind 7-2, rallied for 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, only to wind up losing yet another extra inning game. We're now 2-8 in extra innings this year. Quad Cities wins it on a single, a throwing error on a sacrifice bunt, and a bases-loaded walk. The Swing are a hot team. They've won 8 out of their last 9. The Kernels will look tomorrow evening to break a 5-game losing skid. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Even though things aren't going our way right now, we're still having as much fun, a lot of fun, and trying to make it a positive experience in terms of the things the Kernels are doing well. We got great relief pitching this afternoon and a big 5-run rally in the last 3 innings, but fall short one more time in extra innings. The final again, 8-7 swing. For Colonel Director of Media Relations Todd Brummelkamp, I'm John Rogers, wishing you a great rest of your Wednesday afternoon. Again in 11 innings, the Swing win it 8-7. This has been Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming already in progress.